There is a corridor of water in the far north of the world that has no business being used as a highway. It lies somewhere between the edge of the Arctic ice pack, which shifts and breathes like a living thing depending on the season, and the coast of occupied Norway, where German aircraft sat on runways cut into the rock and submarines moved through the cold dark below. At its narrowest, this corridor squeezes ships into a gauntlet, barely wide enough to feel survivable. The sea there does not behave the way sea behaves anywhere else on Earth. Waves don't simply rise and fall. They arrive in walls, sometimes reaching heights that overwhelm the bridge of a destroyer. The temperature in winter drops to the point where steel becomes brittle, and men who fall into the water survive for minutes, not hours. Saltwater spray freezes on contact with every surface it touches: gun barrels, rigging, deck plating, handrails, the lenses of binoculars. Everything becomes armored in ice that weighs enough to capsize a small vessel if it isn't constantly chipped away. And through this corridor, from the late summer of 1941 until the final weeks of 1945, the Allied nations sent a continuous stream of merchant ships. They carried tanks, they carried aircraft, they carried boots and telephone wire and locomotives and aviation fuel and canned food. They carried ammunition in quantities that would strain the imagination of any modern logistics officer. They carried the industrial output of American factories and British workshops across roughly 3,000 miles of ocean that was simultaneously being patrolled by some of the most capable naval and air forces the German war machine had assembled. The men who crewed these ships, merchant sailors, Royal Navy escorts, American volunteers, Norwegian officers, Soviet liaison personnel, did not, for the most part, receive medals commensurate with what they endured. For decades after the war ended, the Arctic convoys occupied a strange position in popular memory, acknowledged in footnotes, honored occasionally in ceremony, but rarely given the full weight of scrutiny that their cost and their consequence demanded. This documentary is an attempt to correct that. Over the course of this film, we are going to trace the complete history of the Arctic convoys, from the first hesitant, improvised operation in the late summer of 1941, through the catastrophe that became the defining naval scandal of the war, through the freezing battles fought on the last day of 1942 and the last day of 1943, to the final convoys that arrived in Soviet ports after Germany had already surrendered. We are going to follow the ships and the men who sailed them. We are going to sit with the strategic arguments made in London and Washington and Moscow. Arguments about supply lines and political commitments and the cost of keeping an ally in the fight. And we are going to spend time with the geography itself. Because in the story of the Arctic convoys, the environment was never merely a backdrop. It was a third combatant. Before you settle in, if you find value in this kind of long-form, research-led history, please consider subscribing and leaving a comment below. There are 15 chapters ahead of you tonight. Let the ice form. Let the engine room hum. We're going somewhere most people have never been. Chapter 1. The World Before the Lifeline. To understand why the Arctic convoys existed at all, you have to understand what the summer of 1941 felt like to the men making decisions in London. By that summer, Britain had already been fighting for 2 years. France had fallen. The British Expeditionary Force had been pulled off the beaches of Dunkirk in a miracle of improvisation that looked, from the outside, almost like a victory, but was not. The Royal Air Force had won the Battle of Britain in the skies over southern England. A genuine, hard-earned defensive triumph. But the country remained blockaded, rationed, and financially hollowed out by the cost of fighting alone. Winston Churchill had secured the Lend-Lease arrangement with the United States, which meant American industrial production was increasingly flowing toward British survival. But the United States was not yet in the war. There was no second front. There was no clear path to victory on land. Britain was, in the summer of 1941, an island under enormous strain, holding on. Then, on the 22nd of June, 1941, Adolf Hitler made the decision that would ultimately determine the outcome of the entire war. Operation Barbarossa, the German invasion of the Soviet Union, began before dawn on that June morning along a front stretching nearly 3,000 kilometers. More than 3 million German and Axis soldiers crossed into Soviet territory simultaneously. The scale of it was unlike anything the modern world had witnessed. The Soviet Union was caught, if not entirely by surprise, then certainly in a state of catastrophic institutional disarray. Stalin had received warnings from multiple sources, including his own intelligence networks, and had chosen to discount them. The result was a series of catastrophic opening disasters for the Red Army. Hundreds of thousands of men encircled and captured in the opening weeks. Entire air forces destroyed on the ground. Army groups dissolved under the weight of coordinated, mechanized assault. From London and Washington, it was genuinely unclear whether the Soviet Union would survive the year. Churchill, whatever his personal feelings about Soviet communism, and his hostility to it was deep and long-standing, understood immediately what Barbarossa meant. If the Soviet Union held, Germany faced the prospect it most feared, a two-front war. The enormous manpower and geographic depth of the USS could, if sustained, grind the Wehrmacht down over years in a way that Britain alone, fighting at sea and in North Africa, simply could not. Barbarossa was, in strategic terms, the event that made Allied victory possible, but only if the Soviet Union survived, and only if it received enough external support to compensate for the losses it was absorbing. Churchill's response to Barbarossa was immediate and unambiguous. He offered Stalin British assistance within hours of the invasion beginning, setting aside decades of ideological opposition with a pragmatism that was, at the time, breathtaking in its clarity. If Hitler invaded hell, Churchill reportedly told his private secretary, "I would make at least a favourable reference to the devil in the House of Commons." The question was never whether to help. The question was how. The overland routes to the Soviet Union were mostly theoretical. Iran offered a path southward, but required enormous infrastructure development and would take time to become viable. The Pacific route through Vladivostok was long and complex. The most direct route, the most dangerous route, was by sea northward around the top of occupied Norway, through the Arctic waters east of Spitsbergen, and down into the Soviet ports of Murmansk and Arkhangelsk. Murmansk had the advantage of being ice-free year-round, warmed by the tail end of the Gulf Stream's reach. Arkhangelsk, further east and deeper into the White Sea, froze during winter months and required icebreakers to stay operational. Both cities were rail-connected to the Soviet interior. Both could receive large quantities of cargo. The route to reach them, however, ran directly past the Norwegian coast that Germany now controlled, along a shoreline studded with airfields, submarine pens, and surface fleet anchorages. Every ship that made this journey would be doing so within range of attack for a substantial portion of its voyage. No rational military planner, examining this situation in the abstract, would have chosen this route as a primary supply corridor. But the war in 1941 was not being conducted in the abstract. It was being conducted under the pressure of events that moved faster than doctrine could accommodate. The Soviets were fighting and dying in quantities that stagger the imagination. Stalin's demands for material support were urgent, then insistent, then politically charged in ways that London could not ignore. And so, in August of 1941, the British government made a decision that committed ordinary men, merchant sailors, who had signed up to carry peacetime cargo, naval officers who had trained for a different kind of war, to a mission whose full cost would not become clear until the convoys were already underway. This is where the story begins. not with a grand ceremony, not with a formal declaration or a press release. With a small cluster of ships, a code name, and an ocean that none of them fully understood yet. There is a detail worth pausing on here before we move forward, because it tells you something about the historiographical argument that still runs through academic literature on this subject. The precise degree to which the Arctic convoys materially affected Soviet fighting capacity, as opposed to their considerable political significance, remains genuinely contested among historians. Richard Woodman's detailed operational history of the convoys tends to emphasize the sheer volume of materiel delivered, roughly 4 million tons by the war's end. Others, including Soviet-era historians, who are now being re-examined in the light of post-Cold War archive access, argued that Soviet domestic production was always the primary driver of Red Army capacity, and that Allied supplies were supplementary rather than decisive. Nikita Khrushchev, in memoirs that were themselves suppressed for years, recalled Stalin saying privately that without American help, the Soviet Union could not have won. That is a remarkable statement, and its authenticity is debated. The truth, as is usually the case, lies somewhere in the uncomfortable middle, and we will return to this question at several points in the chapters ahead. For now, it is enough to know that in the late summer of 1941, a group of merchant ships loaded up and pointed themselves north. They did not know, most of them, exactly what they were sailing into. The men in the planning offices in London had a better picture, but even they were working from incomplete intelligence about the German naval buildup in Norwegian waters, incomplete meteorological data about what the Arctic would do to their ships, and incomplete understanding of how the logistical demands of the operation would grow as the war extended. History is full of decisions made under conditions of partial knowledge, and most of them look different in retrospect than they did in the moment. This one is no different. What is different is the scale of what ordinary men were subsequently asked to endure in order to sustain it. Chapter 2. Operation Dervish. The first journey north. The first Arctic convoy had no number. It was given a code name instead, Operation Dervish, and it departed the anchorage at Hvalfjord in Iceland on the 21st of August, 1941. 6 merchant ships, a collection of Royal Navy escorts. No established doctrine for Arctic convoy operations, because no such doctrine had ever been written. No reliable charts of the hazards posed by the ice edge at that time of year. No cold weather modifications to most of the escort vessels. The men on those ships were improvising in a direction that nobody had fully mapped. What they had in their favor was timing. August and early September in the Arctic is about as forgiving as that environment gets. The ice pack has retreated to its summer minimum. The days are long, absurdly, disorientingly long, with the sun barely setting in the high latitudes of late summer. The sea, while never calm, is at least manageable for much of the passage. German intelligence on this first convoy was imperfect. The Kriegsmarine's presence in Norwegian waters was still being consolidated, and the Luftwaffe had not yet established the full infrastructure of airfields and reconnaissance patterns that would make later convoys so costly. Operation Dervish arrived at Arkhangelsk on the 31st of August 1941. Having lost no ships, every merchant vessel delivered its cargo intact. It looked, from that first crossing, almost straightforward. That impression did not survive the autumn. The convoy series that followed, designated PQ for outbound and QP for homebound, began establishing the rhythm that would characterize the Arctic run for the next 4 years. PQ1 departed Iceland on the 29th of September, 1941, arriving at Arkhangelsk on the 11th of October. PQ2, 3, 4. The convoys followed in rough sequence, each one carrying more cargo, each one testing the escort arrangements against a German defense that was learning and adapting as the months passed. Through the autumn and winter of 1941, the convoys experienced losses, individual ships torpedoed, occasional air attacks, but nothing catastrophic. The system was working after a fashion. The supplies were getting through. What was also happening, though, was that the Kriegsmarine was building its position in Norway. This is where the story of the Arctic convoys intersects with the broader German strategic situation, in ways that textbooks sometimes flatten into oversimplicity. After the loss of the battleship Bismarck in May of 1941, sunk in the North Atlantic after a pursuit that absorbed enormous British naval resources, the German surface fleet had become increasingly cautious. Hitler personally intervened in naval strategy with a frequency that made his admirals despair, issuing standing orders that heavy surface units were not to be risked in combat situations where the outcome was uncertain. The Kriegsmarine, under Grand Admiral Erich Raeder, was left trying to conduct an Atlantic war with its hands partially tied. Norway, however, offered a different kind of opportunity. Heavy ships stationed in the Norwegian fjords, sheltered from the open Atlantic, supported by Luftwaffe air cover from nearby airfields, positioned to threaten both the Arctic convoy route and the British coast, represented what Raeder called the key strategic asset of German naval power. Hitler agreed, and over the winter of 1941 into 1942, he pushed for the most powerful German surface units to be concentrated there. The Tirpitz was the crown of that strategy. At roughly 42,000 tons fully laden, the Tirpitz was the heaviest warship ever built by a European nation up to that point. She was armed with 8 15-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, capable of engaging targets at ranges of more than 30 kilometers. She carried a secondary armament of 12 5.9-inch guns, numerous anti-aircraft weapons, and could make a sustained speed of roughly 30 knots. She had not, by the spring of 1942, fired her main armament in anger at any target that mattered. She did not need to. Her mere presence in the Norwegian fjords was enough to change British naval calculations in ways that would have enormous consequences for the convoys. The Admiralty was forced to maintain a heavy covering force, capital ships, carriers, cruisers, within reasonable reach of the Arctic convoy route at all times, in case the Tirpitz sortied. This diverted warships from other theatres and imposed an enormous opportunity cost on British naval operations. The Tirpitz, in other words, was most effective as a weapon when she was doing nothing at all. That is a strategic concept worth sitting with for a moment, because it shaped the entire middle phase of the Arctic convoy story. Back in the convoy operations themselves, the winter of 1941 to 42 was teaching everyone involved some hard lessons about the environment. Ice was not simply a navigational inconvenience. It was a tactical constraint that shaped routing decisions, reduced available sea room, and made emergency maneuvers more dangerous. The Arctic in winter means polar night, weeks of near total darkness, which had the effect of providing natural cover against air attack, while simultaneously making navigation more hazardous and formation keeping more difficult. Radar was still a developing technology in this period. Many merchant ships had none, and escort vessels carried sets of varying quality and reliability. Maintaining convoy cohesion in Arctic darkness, in sea states that could separate ships by miles in a single night, was a seamanship challenge of the highest order. There is an account, preserved in the records of the Imperial War Museum, of a destroyer officer during one of the winter convoys of 1941 to 42, describing his primary occupation as knocking ice from the gun breeches, the masts and the rigging, not engaging the enemy, but simply keeping the ship functional in conditions that were systematically trying to disable it. The human cost of that environment accumulates quietly in the records. Men who went overboard in the Arctic, whether from enemy action, accident, or the sudden violence of a ship's movement in heavy seas, rarely survived long enough to be recovered. The water temperature at the latitudes these convoys were crossing sits at or near freezing year-round. Immersion suits did not exist in the form they do today. A man in the water in winter, even wearing the standard issue clothing and life jacket of the period, had survival time measured in minutes. This is a fact that the men on these ships understood at an instinctive level, and it shaped everything about how they conducted themselves on deck. Safety routines that might seem excessive in milder waters were in the Arctic simply survival arithmetic. The cold was not dramatic or cinematic in the way that enemy action was. It was patient and absolute, and it was always there. By the time the convoys of late 1941 and early 1942 were running, the men involved were beginning to develop what might be called an institutional understanding of what the Arctic demanded. It is not quite true to say that they became accustomed to it. Nobody becomes accustomed to a sea state that can destroy a ship, but they developed competence. They learned which equipment failed first in the cold. They learned how ice formed on running rigging and how to manage it before it built to dangerous weight. They learned the color of Arctic cloud and what it meant for the next 12 hours. This experiential knowledge, built across dozens of crossings by thousands of ordinary men, was not systematically captured in any document that survives in its entirety. It lived in the bodies and memories of the men who accumulated it, most of whom received less recognition for their service than the scale of it warranted. The first phase of the Arctic convoys, roughly the autumn of 1941 through the spring of 1942, was a period of establishment. The route was being proven, the logistics chain was being built, the escort arrangements were being refined. Losses were real but manageable. The system was stressed but intact. The catastrophe that was coming, the event that would define the entire convoy series in popular memory, had not yet happened. It was building quietly and systematically in the decisions being made in the Admiralty's operational planning rooms, in the movement orders being drawn up for German surface units in Norway, and in the shifting pattern of the Arctic summer that was about to remove the cover of darkness from ships that desperately needed it. Chapter 3. The Murmansk Run and the Lessons of Early Lost Murmansk is a city built on resilience in the most literal geographical sense. It sits on the Kola Peninsula, inside the Arctic Circle, at the end of a fjord that cuts deep enough into the Russian landmass to remain navigable year-round despite the latitude. When Operation Barbarossa reached its northern extension in the summer and autumn of 1941, German and Finnish forces pushing toward Murmansk were stopped well short of the city, held by determined Soviet defense in terrain that defeated the mechanized warfare that had worked so devastatingly further south. Murmansk, therefore, remained in Soviet hands throughout the war and remained the primary port destination for the Arctic convoys. It was a city that endured continuous air attack. Some accounts suggest it was among the most heavily bombed cities in the Soviet Union, and it was a city of wooden buildings, which made fire a constant companion to the bombing. And yet it functioned. The port operated. The cranes unloaded cargo. The railway lines that connected Murmansk to the Soviet interior kept moving. The men who arrived in Murmansk after the crossing rarely stayed long. The turnaround of ships in Soviet ports was a perpetual logistical frustration for British convoy planners. Unloading was slow, partly because Soviet port infrastructure was limited, and partly because the organizational capacity of the port labor force varied enormously. Ships that had survived weeks of extreme danger and enemy attack sometimes sat in Murmansk for days, unable to discharge their cargo, while German aircraft continued to probe the harbor defenses. The relationship between Allied naval personnel and Soviet port authorities was cordial in the formal, guarded way that relationships between allies with fundamentally different systems tend to be. There was genuine mutual respect at the level of individual sailors. At the institutional level, the frictions were constant and sometimes maddening. The convoys PQ-8 through PQ-13, running through the winter and spring of 1941 to 42, established what might be called the mature early pattern of the operation. Losses accumulated. German submarine attacks increased as the Kriegsmarine refined its understanding of the convoy routes. The Luftwaffe's 5th Air Fleet, operating from Norwegian bases, began mounting more systematic reconnaissance and attack operations. The pocket battleship Admiral Scheer attempted an interception of convoy PQ-17's predecessor convoys. The detail that matters here is not the specific engagement, but the fact that German surface units were actively probing the convoy routes, testing British responses, assessing what it would take to break through an escort screen. The British, in turn, were learning. Escort commanders were developing tactics for the specific conditions of Arctic convoy defense. How to position destroyers to screen against submarine attack. How to coordinate anti-aircraft fire from multiple ships. How to manage a convoy's course changes when aircraft were attacking from multiple directions simultaneously. What emerges from the records of this period is a portrait of an operation learning to cope with something it had never fully anticipated. The Royal Navy in 1942 was a stretched institution. It was conducting operations simultaneously in the North Atlantic, the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and the Arctic. The ships available for Arctic convoy escort were not always the best equipped for that specific task. Some were older vessels whose machinery struggled in extreme cold. Some lacked adequate anti-aircraft armament. Some carried radar suites that were poorly suited to the cluttered electronic environment of Arctic operations, where ice returns confused operators and wave propagation behaved differently than in temperate waters. The gap between what was needed for effective convoy protection and what was actually available was a permanent feature of British Arctic convoy planning throughout 1942. The men at sea were asked repeatedly to do more with less in conditions that the less was least suited for. There is a strand of historiographical argument that runs through the secondary literature on this period, which suggests that the Admiralty systematically underestimated the threat that German air power in Norway would pose to the convoys. This is to some degree supported by the record. The emphasis in early escort planning was heavily weighted towards submarine defense, which made sense given the prevailing threat assessment from Atlantic convoy experience. But the Luftwaffe's Arctic operations developed a level of anti-shipping capability that was, by mid-1942, exceeding what the escort arrangements had been designed to counter. The long-range Heinkel He-111 and Junkers Ju-88 aircraft operating from Norwegian airfields could shadow convoys for hours, reporting their position to U-boats and surface units, while positioning for their own torpedo attacks. In the perpetual daylight of the Arctic summer, there was no darkness to hide in. A convoy of 30 or 40 ships with its escort screen produces a radar and visual signature that cannot be concealed. The men on those ships understood that they were being watched. That knowledge, constant, inescapable, added a specific psychological weight to every hour of the Arctic passage. The merchant sailors on the Arctic run came from many nations and many backgrounds: British, Norwegian, Dutch, American, Soviet. The convoy crews were a multinational workforce, assembled under the pressure of wartime emergency. Many of the merchant sailors were not young men embarking on their first adventure. They were experienced seafarers who understood the sea well enough to make a precise assessment of what the Arctic was asking of them. There is a quality in the accounts of merchant sailors from this period, preserved in oral history collections and in the occasional memoir, of men who were not uninformed volunteers. They understood the risk with clarity, and they signed on anyway, voyage after voyage, because the cargo needed to reach its destination, and because that was the work. This is not a simple statement, and it should not be read as one. The decision to sail on the Arctic run, for men who had already made the crossing once, was a decision made with full knowledge of what the environment and the enemy were capable of. It cost some of them everything. The precise accounting of losses in this middle phase of 1942 is a matter of careful historiographical work, because convoy records from the period are not always complete, and because some losses occurred in circumstances where the full details were never reconstructed. What is clear is that by the spring of 1942, the loss rate on the Arctic convoy route was higher than on any comparable Allied convoy series. That statistic carries human weight. It means that the men sailing these routes were dying at a rate that exceeded the worst of what the North Atlantic convoys were experiencing during their most dangerous periods. And unlike the North Atlantic convoys, where the strategic importance of keeping supply lines to Britain open was understood by everyone from the Prime Minister down to the ordinary public, the Arctic convoys were conducted largely in secrecy. The men who sailed them could not speak about where they had been or what they had done. The public at home had no clear picture of what was happening in the waters north of Norway. The sacrifice was real. The acknowledgement was minimal. This tension between the cost and the silence runs through the entire history of the Arctic convoys and does not fully resolve, even decades after the war. We are moving now toward the summer of 1942, which is where the story takes its darkest single turn. Before we get there, it is worth pausing on one more detail from the early period. The Germans in Norway had built something more than a naval base. They had built an entire strategic complex: airfields at Bardufoss and Banak and Tromsø, submarine pens at Trondheim and Bergen, surface fleet anchorages deep in the protected fjords of Altenfjord and Narvik. The investment Germany made in Norwegian basing infrastructure between 1940 and 1943 represents one of the largest single expenditures of military engineering in the European theatre. It was designed with one primary purpose: to control the sea corridor through which the Arctic convoys had to pass. Every crossing that the Allied merchant ships made was made through a zone that Germany had specifically engineered to be lethal. This was not careless danger. It was engineered danger, and the men who sailed through it knew it. Chapter 4. The Gold and the Cruiser. HMS Edinburgh. There is a story within the story of the Arctic convoys that has the particular quality of a novel. So precise in its details, so compressed in its action, and so layered in its significance that it sits apart from the broader operational narrative, even while being entirely embedded in it. It involves a British cruiser, 5 tons of Soviet gold, and 48 hours in May of 1942 that remain among the most extraordinary episodes in Royal Navy history. HMS Edinburgh was a town-class cruiser commissioned in 1939, displacing roughly 10,000 tons at full load, and armed with 12 6-inch guns in 4 triple turrets. By the standards of 1942, she was a well-designed, capable ship. Not the largest in the fleet, not the most powerful, but a solid and reliable fighting vessel with a crew of roughly 700 men. In the spring of 1942, she was assigned to Arctic Convoy escort duties, covering the outbound PQ series and their homebound QP counterparts. On the return passage of Convoy QP-11 in late April of 1942, Edinburgh carried something unusual in her bomb room: 465 gold bars, sealed in metal boxes, representing payment from the Soviet government to the United States for Lend-Lease supplies. The gold had a value, at the prices of the period, that ran into millions of pounds. At modern valuations, salvage assessments conducted decades later put the figure at something approaching £500 million. Edinburgh was struck by 2 torpedoes from U-456 on the 30th of April, 1942, while the convoy was east of Bear Island. The first torpedo hit forward, flooding compartments in the bow. The second hit aft, destroying Edinburgh's steering gear and jamming her rudders in a turned position. The result was a ship that could still move under her own power. 3 of her 4 engine room shafts remained functional, but could no longer steer. Edinburgh began moving in circles in the freezing Arctic water, unable to hold a course, her crew working frantically on emergency steering arrangements that the damage made nearly impossible. The ship was 140 meters long, and she was spinning helplessly in waters where the temperature made every minute spent on exposed deck a medical risk. 2 escorting destroyers stood by, trying to take Edinburgh under tow, while U-456 circled at a distance, its crew watching. The German response was to send destroyers from the Zerstörer-Gruppe Arktis to finish the job. 3 destroyers, Z-7 Hermann Schoemann, Z-20 Fauer, and Z-25, found Edinburgh on the 1st and 2nd of May and closed to attack. What followed was a battle that has no clean narrative shape. Edinburgh, crippled, unable to steer, listed to one side from flooding, nevertheless brought her main armament to bear. 700 men who had every reason to believe their ship was finished fought it with everything it had. Edinburgh's gunfire damaged Z-20 Fauer and contributed to conditions that led to the sinking of Hermann Schoemann. Then, on the 2nd of May, a 3rd torpedo, fired by one of the German destroyers at the British escorts but running past them, struck Edinburgh in her port side, in the space directly opposite where U-456's torpedo had already torn an opening on the starboard side. The structural damage was now terminal. The decision was made to abandon ship. The crew were taken off in conditions that tested the boundaries of what men can endure and survive. Small boats in the Arctic, men in the water, even briefly, fighting cold that would kill them in minutes. The rescuing destroyers moving alongside a sinking cruiser, rolling in the sea. Crews throwing ropes and helping men aboard with the methodical urgency of people who understand that time and temperature are both working against them. Edinburgh was scuttled by a torpedo from HMS Foresight. She went down with her gold. The 465 bars settled to a depth of roughly 240 meters in the Barents Sea, where they remained for nearly 40 years. The salvage of Edinburgh's gold between 1981 and 1986 is a footnote to the wartime story, but a remarkable one in its own right. A consortium called Jessup Marine, working with the diving support vessel Stefanerturm, located the wreck in 1981 and conducted the first salvage operation in conditions that were, even with the technology of the 1980s, extraordinarily challenging. Edinburgh lies at a depth that required saturation diving, and the wreck itself was partially buried and structurally compromised. The salvage team recovered 431 of the 465 bars in the first 2 operations, the last conducted in 1986. 34 bars remain somewhere in the wreck, or lost in the debris field around it to this day. The salvage contractors, the British and Soviet governments, and the original insuring underwriters divided the gold according to a legal framework that took years to negotiate. What the salvage could not recover, of course, was anything about the men who fought on Edinburgh's decks in those 48 hours. Though the Imperial War Museum holds recorded testimonies from survivors that give the event a human texture that no bar of gold can represent, the story of HMS Edinburgh is important for reasons beyond its almost novelistic drama. It illustrates something fundamental about the nature of the Arctic Convoy operation that numbers and tonnage statistics cannot capture. These were ships with real crews, facing real enemies in conditions of extreme physical hazard, and their response to mortal danger was not passive endurance, but active resistance. Edinburgh's crew, in the hours after the first torpedo strikes, did not abandon ship prematurely. They fought the damage, They maintained their battle readiness. When enemy destroyers appeared to finish the job, they fought those too. The fact that a crippled, circling listing cruiser could damage enemy destroyers and contribute to the loss of one of them speaks to the quality of the men operating her. Not to any exceptional heroism beyond the human norm, but to the kind of trained, disciplined competence that the Royal Navy had spent 2 centuries developing, and that the circumstances of 1942 were now demanding in full. This is the texture of the Arctic convoys that the larger strategic narrative can obscure. Before we move to the convoy that history remembers most darkly, it is worth holding that texture in mind. There is also a detail about the legal status of Edinburgh's gold that historians find interesting as a small window into the complexity of wartime alliance politics. The gold was being transported as payment, a Soviet financial obligation to the United States. But the manner in which its loss was handled and the decades-long legal dispute over the salvage rights involved arguments about sovereignty, salvage law, and the status of naval wrecks that were not resolved until well after the Cold War had begun, and in the case of some elements, until after it had ended. A warship from 1942, carrying Soviet gold at the bottom of the Barents Sea, became for a time a jurisdictional puzzle that 3 governments and several commercial interests had to untangle. History does not end when the guns stop firing. Sometimes it just moves into a different set of rooms. Chapter 5. The Order to Scatter. Convoy PQ-17 Winston Churchill called it one of the most melancholy naval episodes in the whole of the war. That judgment from a man who had witnessed the fall of France, the devastation of the London Blitz, and the loss of the battleships Prince of Wales and Repulse off Malaya in a single afternoon carries weight. Churchill understood catastrophe at a scale most people never encounter even once. His assessment of Convoy PQ-17 places it in a category of events that he found genuinely painful to contemplate, not merely as a military failure, but as a human one, a decision made by reasonable men from imperfect information that sent dozens of ships and hundreds of sailors into a trap from which most of them could not escape. PQ-17 assembled at Volfjord in Iceland in late June of 1942. It was the largest convoy yet assembled for the Arctic run. 35 merchant ships, with an escort that included destroyers, corvettes, submarines, anti-aircraft ships, and a covering force of cruisers operating at a distance. The convoy carried cargo of enormous importance to the Soviet war effort. An estimated 3,350 vehicles, 210 aircraft, 430 tanks, and nearly 100,000 tons of general cargo, including food, ammunition, and industrial supplies. By any measure, PQ-17 represented the maximum effort of Allied supply logistics to that point in the war. And the men who loaded those ships understood that what they were carrying could directly affect the outcome of battles being fought on the Eastern Front at that very moment. The summer of 1942 was a crisis period for the Soviet Union. German forces were pushing towards Stalingrad and the Caucasus, and the Red Army was absorbing losses that would be almost incomprehensible to modern armies. The convoy also attracted the concentrated attention of every German naval and air asset in Norway. The Tirpitz had been moved to Altenfjord, along with the heavy cruisers Hipper and possibly Admiral Scheer, and the pocket battleship Lutzow, ultra-intelligence. The signals intercepts derived from breaking German Enigma traffic had indicated that these ships were gathered and possibly preparing to sortie. The intelligence was incomplete. It could not confirm whether the ships were about to move or simply repositioning. The Admiralty, under First Sea Lord Admiral Dudley Pound, faced a decision that combined genuine military uncertainty with the particular anxiety that comes from being responsible for the safety of 35 merchant ships carrying irreplaceable cargo through a corridor that an enemy surface fleet could reach in hours. On the 4th of July, 1942, American Independence Day, as many of the convoy participants noted in their accounts, the crisis reached its breaking point. A series of signals were issued from the Admiralty. The first ordered the close escort to withdraw westward. The second ordered the cruiser, covering force, to withdraw. The third, the one that defines PQ-17 in history, ordered the convoy to scatter, not to disperse into smaller groups, not to alter course as a body, to scatter, each ship to make its own way to port independently, relying on its own navigation, its own speed, its own resources. The logic behind the scatter order, as Pound later explained it, was that if the Tirpitz and her companion ships were already at sea heading for the convoy, a concentrated formation of merchant ships would be an ideal target for heavy surface gunfire, and the escorts could not protect against such a threat. Scattered ships, moving independently, might individually survive the kind of coordinated surface attack that a grouped convoy could not survive. The logic was not unreasonable. The problem was that the Tirpitz was not at sea. The intelligence that suggested the German heavy ships were about to sortie was the product of ultra-intercepts that had been correctly read but incorrectly interpreted. The Tirpitz had moved from her berth, but she had moved to a different anchorage, not into the open sea toward the convoy. She returned to port within hours. The surface threat that the scatter order was designed to protect against never materialized. Instead, what materialized was what the scatter order had made inevitable. 35 merchant ships, suddenly alone, stripped of their escort screen, spread across Arctic waters in perpetual summer daylight, with no protection against the U-boats and aircraft that were already tracking the convoy. In the days that followed the scatter order, the killing was systematic. Between the 4th and the 10th of July, 1942, German submarines and Luftwaffe aircraft, now freed from the need to penetrate an escort screen, hunted the individual ships of PQ-17 across the Arctic Ocean and the waters around Novaya Zemlya. The merchant ships had no fighter cover, no anti-submarine escort, no coordinating authority. Each captain made his own decisions, whether to push through fog, whether to hug the ice pack for concealment, whether to take the more direct route or the longer one. Some of those decisions were vindicated, some were not. On the 12th of July, the attacks shifted focus to ships that had sought refuge along the coast of Novaya Zemlya. By the time the last survivors reached Soviet ports, 24 ships had been sunk. Of the 35 merchant ships that had left Iceland, only 11 reached their destination. 153 merchant seamen died. The material loss, vehicles, tanks, aircraft, food, ammunition, represented months of American factory output sunk to the bottom of the Arctic Ocean. The aftermath of PQ-17 reverberated through the Allied command structure for months. The recriminations were real and they were pointed. Merchant Navy captains and convoy commodores who had watched their ships scattered to be hunted individually were not quiet about what they thought of the decision. The American government, which had provided a significant proportion of the cargo and many of the ships, was furious. Stalin, who had been demanding more convoys, more supplies, faster deliveries, used PQ-17 as evidence of what he characterized as British unreliability and lack of commitment to the alliance. Churchill, caught between the military reality of what had happened and the political necessity of maintaining the Soviet relationship, was in an impossible position. He had to defend the Admiralty's decision without fully endorsing it, acknowledge the scale of the disaster, without using language that would harden Soviet distrust, and maintain the convoy program without being able to guarantee that something similar would not happen again. The convoys to the Soviet Union were suspended after PQ-17 and its successor PQ-18, which sailed in September of 1942 and suffered heavy losses of its own before making port. They did not resume until December of 1942 under a new designation system, JW for outbound convoys, RA for the homebound return, that represented a partial administrative fresh start after the disasters of the summer. The pause gave both sides time to reassess. The Germans had demonstrated, beyond any further argument, what their combined naval and air forces could do against convoys, whose protection had been stripped away. The Allies had learned, at terrible cost, that the scatter order was a doctrine that could not be applied again. No future Arctic convoy would ever be ordered to scatter. The lesson, written in the lives of 153 merchant sailors and the cargo holds of 24 sunken ships, was not forgotten. There is a historiographical dimension to PQ-17 that deserves mention before we move on, because it has coloured how this event has been written about and argued over for more than 8 decades. The decision to scatter was Admiral Pound's personal decision, made against the advice of at least one of his senior officers. Pound was, at the time of the decision, in the early stages of a brain tumour that would kill him in October of 1943. Whether his illness affected his judgment on the night of the 4th of July, 1942, is a question that historians have approached with appropriate caution, because the evidence is complex and the counterfactual. What would have happened if the convoy had not scattered and the Tirpitz had actually sortied is genuinely irresolvable. What can be said with confidence is that the decision was made by a man under enormous pressure, with incomplete intelligence, responsible for an asset whose loss would have political consequences he could not fully calculate. This does not excuse the outcome. It contextualizes the decision as the product of a specific human situation, rather than pure institutional failure. History benefits from that distinction. Chapter 6. The Turn of the Year. The Battle of the Barents Sea. By the last day of 1942, something had changed in the texture of the Arctic convoy story. The convoys had resumed under the new JW designation in December of 1942. The pause after PQ-17 and PQ-18 had allowed the Admiralty to revise its escort doctrine, increase the number of anti-aircraft vessels assigned to convoy protection, and work through the intelligence failures that had contributed to the scatter order catastrophe. The first of the new series, Convoy W51 Alpha, had made its crossing in December with no losses. Its successor, JW51 Bravo, was at sea as the year turned. 14 merchant ships, escorted by 6 destroyers and a collection of smaller vessels, under the command of Captain Robert Saint. Vincent Sherbrooke flying his flag in HMS Onslow. Sherbrooke's convoy had already been through a difficult crossing. The North Atlantic in December is not the Arctic at its worst, but it is not gentle, and JW51 Bravo had encountered severe gales in the early days of its passage that scattered the formation and separated several ships from the main body. By Christmas Eve, a German reconnaissance aircraft had located the convoy. A U-boat made contact on the 30th of December. The intelligence picture building in the Kriegsmarine's operational headquarters in Norway was clear. A laden convoy was approaching the Soviet ports, running the final leg of its passage through the Barents Sea, with an escort that a force of heavy cruisers and destroyers could, on paper, overwhelm completely. Hitler wanted results from his Norwegian-based surface fleet. The Tirpitz's presence in Norwegian waters had not produced a single significant engagement against Allied convoys. The surface ships sat in their fjords, consuming fuel and maintenance resources, while Hitler grew increasingly impatient with what he saw as wasted capability. The pressure on radar and on the operational commanders in Norway was intense. Operation Rainbow, the attack on JW51 Bravo, was the attempt to satisfy that demand for action. Vice Admiral Os Kumets sailed from Alton Fjord on the 30th of December with the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, the pocket battleship Lutzow, and 6 destroyers. The plan was a classic pincer movement. Hipper and 3 destroyers would approach from the north and engage the British escort screen, while Lutzow and her 3 destroyers waited to the south to intercept the merchant ships when they fled the battle. On paper, it was elegant. Against an escort of 6 destroyers and a handful of smaller vessels, 2 heavy ships and 6 destroyers should have been overwhelming. On the morning of the 31st of December 1942, New Year's Eve, Sherbrooke's destroyers detected the enemy. At approximately 8:20 in the morning, the British spotted German ships astern of the convoy. Sherbrooke's response, in a situation where his destroyers were massively outgunned, was to charge. He drove his destroyers toward the Hipper using high speed and the threat of torpedo attack to keep the heavy cruiser from closing the range, where her 8-inch guns could do unopposed damage. This is a specific tactical maneuver, the torpedo threat screen, that requires nerve to execute. A destroyer commander charging a heavy cruiser is staking the survival of his ship on the calculation that the enemy commander, faced with the threat of torpedoes from multiple fast-moving targets, will be reluctant to close the range. The torpedoes are the deterrent. The destroyers are the platform. The calculation is correct only as long as the enemy command retains that caution. Sherbrooke understood Kumetz's operating orders, which prohibited him from taking unnecessary risks. Better than Kumetz himself may have expected, the battle that followed was confused and intermittent, fought in poor visibility, with snow squalls reducing sighting ranges to near zero at intervals. HMS Onslow was hit by Hipper's fire and Sherbrooke was severely wounded. Shell fragments took away much of the flesh around his left eye, and he continued to command from the bridge for a period that the subsequent citations describe as remarkable before being relieved. The minesweeper HMS Bramble, which had been searching for ships separated from the convoy, encountered Hipper and was sunk. The destroyer HMS Achates, laying a smokescreen to protect the merchant ships, was hit and mortally damaged. These were real losses, and the men who died in them deserve to be acknowledged as such, not as statistics, but as the cost of a defensive action fought against very long odds. Lutzow, approaching from the south, actually reached the convoy. For a period in the late morning of that New Year's Eve, the pocket battleship's guns could have devastated the merchant ships. 11-inch shells against unarmed cargo vessels. The mathematics of that encounter would have been as brutal as anything the Arctic convoys had experienced. But Kumetz's operating orders, Hitler's standing instruction that heavy units were not to be risked unnecessarily, made him hesitate. A snow squall descended at a critical moment. Lutzow turned away without pressing the attack. It is one of those junctures where operational caution, enforced from above, almost pathologically, prevented German forces from achieving what tactical positioning had made possible. The merchant ships survived because a pocket battleship flinched. Then Rear Admiral Robert Burnett's cruisers arrived. HMS Sheffield and HMS Jamaica, which had been covering the convoy from a position to the north, received Sherbrooke's contact reports and moved to engage. When Sheffield and Jamaica entered the action, the tactical picture changed entirely. They scored hits on Hipper. More significantly, they encountered and sank the German destroyer Friedrich Eckholt, which had mistakenly approached the British cruisers in poor visibility, apparently believing them to be German ships. Kumetz, his flag in the damaged Hipper, signalled a general retirement. The German force headed back to Norway. Convoy JW51 Bravo, battered and scattered but intact, completed its passage to the Soviet port of Murmansk. What happened next was, in some ways, more consequential than the battle itself. When the German fleet returned to Norway without having sunk a single merchant ship, and when the reports of the action reached Hitler, his response was explosive. He had been told, inaccurately, as it turned out, because communications during the battle had been interrupted, that the German force had achieved nothing against a convoy, protected only by destroyers. His rage at this outcome, at what he characterized as the cowardice and uselessness of his surface fleet, led to a direct confrontation with Grand Admiral Raeder and to Hitler's public announcement that the heavy ships were to be paid off and their guns removed and mounted as coastal artillery. Raeder, unable to accept this humiliation, resigned. He was replaced by Admiral Karl Dönitz, the architect of the U-boat war. Dönitz managed to talk Hitler out of scrapping the fleet entirely, but the damage was done. Hitler's confidence in his surface warships was shattered permanently and irrevocably by a battle in which they had been beaten back by destroyers and light cruisers. The Battle of the Barents Sea is, by any measure of immediate tactical stakes, a small engagement. 2 heavy ships and 6 destroyers failed to sink 14 merchant ships defended by 6 destroyers. 1 German destroyer was lost, 1 German cruiser was damaged. The British lost a destroyer and a minesweeper, and a convoy commodore was severely wounded. On the scale of the great naval battles of history, this is a footnote, but its strategic consequences were entirely disproportionate to its tactical scale. By triggering Hitler's fury and forcing a change of command in the Kriegsmarine, the Battle of the Barents Sea effectively ended the German surface fleet as an active threat to the Arctic convoys. The Tirpitz would mount one more significant operation, a bombardment of Spitsbergen in September of 1943 that caused minimal damage and achieved nothing, before becoming, finally, the target of increasingly effective Allied air attacks that would eventually put her permanently out of action. The threat she represented, which had shaped British convoy strategy for nearly 2 years, began to dissolve in the wake of a New Year's Eve battle that Hitler never forgave his admirals for losing. Captain Sherbrooke received the Victoria Cross for his conduct during the Battle of the Barents Sea. He had saved his convoy by going into the attack against a force that outgunned him in every category that matters in a surface engagement, relying on the threat of his torpedoes rather than his guns, and maintaining that threat through the hours of the action, even after his ship had been hit and he himself had been seriously wounded. The citation used language that captures something real. He had understood the tactical situation well enough to know that the torpedo threat was his primary weapon. Not the torpedoes themselves, but the possibility of them, the uncertainty they created in Kumetz's cautious mind. That understanding, applied under fire on the last morning of 1942, was the margin between a convoy that survived and a catastrophe that would have matched or exceeded PQ-17. History, when it turns on something as narrow as that margin, deserves to be examined carefully. Chapter 7. The Tirpitz Problem. A battleship that never needed to fire. There is a particular kind of power that operates entirely through implication. It does not need to act. It does not need to fire a gun or sink a ship. It needs only to exist. To sit in the dark water of a Norwegian fjord, surrounded by torpedo nets and anti-aircraft batteries, visible on reconnaissance photographs, present in intelligence reports, and by its existence alone compel an enemy to reorganize his entire strategic posture around the question of what it might do next. This is the story of the Tirpitz, and it is one of the strangest stories in the history of naval warfare. A ship that spent most of her operational life at anchor, and in doing so, achieved more than most warships achieve through a lifetime of action. The Tirpitz was laid down at the Wilhelmshaven shipyard in October of 1936, and commissioned into the Kriegsmarine in February of 1941. She was the second ship of the Bismarck class, built to the same fundamental design as her sister, though with a number of refinements and modifications. Her displacement at full combat load was in excess of 42,000 tons. Her main armament, 8 15-inch guns in 4 twin turrets, could throw a broadside weight of metal that few ships in the world could match. Her armored belt, at its maximum, was just over 320 millimeters thick. She could sustain a speed of around 30 knots, which made her fast enough to run down anything she wanted to engage, and powerful enough to destroy anything she caught. On the specification sheet, she was a formidable instrument of war. The problem, which became evident to German strategic planners relatively early, and which grew more acute as the war extended, was that the specifications sheet is not where wars are actually fought. After the loss of the Bismarck in May of 1941, Hitler became deeply reluctant to risk capital ships in open ocean engagements. The Bismarck had been the pride of the Kriegsmarine, arguably the most powerful surface warship in the world at the moment of her commissioning, and she had been hunted down and sunk on her first operational sortie by a combination of British persistence, torpedo aircraft, and the particular geography of the Atlantic, which offered a damaged ship nowhere to hide. Hitler's response to that loss was not strategic recalibration. It was something closer to pathological caution, an insistence, expressed in operational orders to the Kriegsmarine, that capital ships were not to be committed to action unless the odds were overwhelmingly favourable, and not then if there was a risk of significant damage. Raeder, trying to conduct a naval war under these constraints, found himself with powerful ships he was not permitted to use as powerful ships. They became instead what naval historians sometimes call a fleet in being, a strategic asset whose value derived from the threat of employment rather than from employment itself. The Tirpitz arrived in Norway in January of 1942, moving first to Trondheim and later to the deep water anchorages of Altenfjord, where the geography offered protection against surface and submarine attack. From those anchorages, she was roughly 500 kilometers from the Arctic convoy routes, close enough that a high-speed sortie could intercept a convoy before the British covering force, operating at a greater distance, could intervene. This is the arithmetic that drove British convoy planning for the next 2 years. The time-distance calculation between the Tirpitz's berth in Altenfjord and the position of any given convoy in the Barents Sea, the British heavy covering force, battleships and carriers, had to be maintained within a reasonable response distance at all times, because if it was not, and the Tirpitz sortied, there would be nothing between her and the merchant ships capable of slowing her down. This obligation tied up British naval assets on a permanent basis. Home fleet destroyers, cruisers, battleships, all maintained in a state of readiness driven by a ship that was sitting still in a fjord. The opportunity cost was enormous. What made the Tirpitz problem particularly vexing was that British attempts to neutralize her through conventional means kept falling short. The Fleet Air Arm mounted operations against her. The first major attempt, in March of 1942, involved carrier-based aircraft attacking her anchorage at Altenfjord. Operation Sportsman and its successor operations achieved no hits through the spring and early summer of 1942. The fjord geography was difficult. The anti-aircraft defences were substantial. The smokescreen system the Germans had developed could, within minutes of an attack warning, fill the fjord with thick concealing smoke that made accurate targeting nearly impossible. The Tirpitz also had the advantage of shallower water in her anchorage, which meant that aerial torpedoes, which required a minimum running depth before they armed and stabilized, could not reliably be used against her without being dropped from positions that put attacking aircraft well within range of her formidable anti-aircraft battery. Midget submarines offered a different approach, and it is one of the most extraordinary episodes in the entire history of the British war at sea. Operation Source, conducted in September of 1943, sent 6 X-craft, midget submarines crewed by 4 men each, on a passage of roughly 1,500 miles under tow by conventional submarines, released to penetrate the defences of Altenfjord and attack the Tirpitz and the heavy cruiser Scharnhorst with explosive charges placed directly beneath their hulls. The X-craft were roughly 15 meters in length, displaced around 30 tons, and were operated by crews who had to wear diving suits to pass through the vessel's wet and dry compartment when approaching the target. The conditions inside an X-craft on a week-long passage under tow in the North Atlantic and Norwegian coastal waters in September were quite simply incompatible with normal human comfort. The crews endured them anyway. Of the 6 craft that set out, 2 were lost on passage before reaching the target. 1 was abandoned when its tow parted, and she was deemed unfit to continue. And 2, X6 and X7, penetrated the Kofjord anchorage and placed their charges. The 6th craft's fate was uncertain for some time after the operation. X6 and X7 both became stuck or caught in the anti-torpedo nets surrounding the Tirpitz, and their crews were captured before the charges detonated. The captured crewmen were taken aboard the Tirpitz herself, which meant they were on the ship when their own charges went off. The detonations, 4 explosive charges each containing around 2 tons of amatol explosive, lifted the Tirpitz bodily in the water. Her main armament was knocked off its roller paths. Her machinery spaces were damaged. Her fire control systems were disrupted. She would not be operational for approximately 6 months. The 2 X-craft commanding officers, Lieutenant Donald Cameron and Lieutenant Basil Place, were each awarded the Victoria Cross. The operation had achieved what months of carrier airstrikes had failed to achieve: genuine, significant structural damage to the most powerful warship in Norwegian waters. But even a badly damaged Tirpitz continued to exert strategic influence, because the Admiralty could not be certain of the degree of her incapacitation. Aerial reconnaissance could show external damage. It could not show the condition of her machinery, her armament repair progress, the state of her engine room. The intelligence picture was always incomplete. An incomplete intelligence about a 42,000-ton battleship in a Norwegian fjord demanded a precautionary response. The heavy covering force obligation continued, at reduced intensity, even while the Tirpitz underwent repairs. Her final story, the repeated air attacks of 1944, culminating in her capsizing after hits by Royal Air Force Avro Lancaster bombers, dropping 12,000-pound tallboy bombs in November of 1944, belongs to a later chapter in the broader war narrative. What matters for the Arctic Convoy story is the 2 years during which she shaped every major decision about convoy protection without once firing her main guns at a merchant ship. That is the specific quality of her strategic impact, and it is not diminished by the fact that she never achieved what she was built to achieve. There is a final irony in the Tirpitz's story that historians of the Arctic Convoys sometimes note with a kind of dry precision: the resources Germany devoted to maintaining, protecting, and supplying the Tirpitz in her Norwegian fjords. The fuel, the dedicated fighter cover, the torpedo net maintenance, the garrison troops, the infrastructure of Altenfjord, represented a commitment of military resources that had to be weighed against everything else those resources could have done. A ship that was not fighting was still consuming. She tied down German logistical capacity in Norway, the same way she tied down British naval capacity in the home fleet. Both sides organized substantial portions of their Northern Theatre strategy around a ship that, in the end, never fired her main armament in anger at any target of consequence. The Tirpitz is, in this reading, less a warship than a kind of mutual anchor, holding both sides in place in the Norwegian theatre while the real decisions of the war were being made elsewhere. Chapter 8. Life on the Run. The human experience of the Arctic crossing history, when it is written from above, from the level of admirals and ministers and strategic calculations, can make the experience of ordinary men on ordinary ships disappear into the margins. This chapter is an attempt to pull that experience back into the center of the story, because the Arctic convoys were, before they were anything else, a human undertaking conducted by men whose names appear in casualty lists and discharge books, rather than operational histories. These were not abstract forces moving across a strategic map. They were men who slept in hammocks or bunks in spaces below the waterline, who ate hot food when the galley could produce it, and cold food when the sea was too violent to light the stove safely, who stood 4-hour watches on open bridges in weather that none of them had been trained to endure, and who tried, between watches, to sleep through the noise of machinery and sea, and the knowledge that a torpedo could arrive at any moment without warning. The cold was the first fact of existence on an Arctic convoy. Temperatures in winter on the Arctic crossing could reach -30 or 40 degrees Celsius in severe conditions, and the wind chill effect of a ship making 20 knots into a headwind could make exposed surfaces feel significantly colder than the ambient air temperature. Standard Royal Navy and Merchant Navy issue clothing of the early war period was inadequate for these conditions. Heavy duffel coats, woolen sweaters, sea boots, layered and supplemented by whatever personal clothing men had brought from home, provided partial protection, but nothing available to the average sailor in 1942 was designed for sustained exposure at Arctic temperatures. Frostbite was a common medical problem. Keeping the fingers and toes functional through a 4-hour bridge watch in conditions of extreme cold required constant discipline and movement, and men who were tired, which, on a convoy under threat, was most men most of the time, were less careful about it than they should have been. Ice presented its own specific danger that was quite distinct from the cold's effect on the human body. When seawater spray freezes on a ship's upper works, her masts, her rigging, her gun mountings, her deck fittings, it builds up weight in places where additional weight is most dangerous. A warship or merchant vessel is designed with a specific stability profile. The relationship between her waterline beam, her center of gravity, and her displacement determines how she responds to rolling and to the forces that act on her in heavy weather. When ice adds many tons of weight to the upper portions of the ship, to the masts and superstructure and upper deck, that center of gravity rises, and the ship's stability decreases. In extreme cases, ice accumulation can make a small vessel capsize. For larger ships, it reduces stability to the point where she rolls sluggishly and deeply. And in heavy seas, the combination of ice top weight and violent rolling can cause structural damage to rigging and deck fittings that compounds the problem. The standard response was chipping parties, men sent to break ice from the upper works with mallets and crowbars, working in freezing conditions, often in the dark, moving continuously around the ship to address the accumulation as fast as it could build. This was unceasing physical labor in conditions that punished any pause. The psychological dimension of the Arctic crossing has been less systematically documented than its physical demands, but it is present in survivor accounts with enough consistency to be taken seriously. The perpetual daylight of Arctic summer meant that the normal circadian markers by which men regulate their sense of time, the distinction between day and night, the progression of light through its cycle, were absent for weeks at a time. The body's sleep regulation, already disrupted by watch rotations, had no external cues to anchor it. Men on convoy duty in Arctic summer often reported profound disorientation about time and a kind of flattening of the experience of duration. Days blended together because there was no darkness to separate them. The winter polar night produced the opposite. Weeks of near total darkness, in which the sea and sky merged at the horizons, and the stars, when visible through the persistent overcast, were the only astronomical reference points. The human nervous system was not designed for either of these conditions, and the extended experience of them added a specific kind of fatigue that is different from the exhaustion produced by physical labor. Then there was the waiting. Every man on every ship in an Arctic convoy understood, at some level of awareness that could not be fully suppressed, even during sleep, that a torpedo could arrive without warning at any time. There is a specific psychological burden associated with danger that is invisible and silent, and that provides no physical warning. Aircraft attacks at least gave you a noise. Engines first distant and then approaching. Then the burst of anti-aircraft fire that meant the attack was beginning. Submarines gave you nothing. A torpedo running toward your ship at 40 knots was silent and invisible, and the first indication of its presence was an explosion. The men who had already survived a ship being torpedoed, and there were, by the middle of the Convoy series, many such men, carried that knowledge in their bodies. First-time Convoy sailors could imagine it intellectually. Men who had experienced it knew it differently, and the knowledge changed how they moved through the ship, which routes they chose between compartments, how quickly they could come to full alertness from sleep. The routine of convoy life, despite all of this, was not without its human texture. Meals in the mess deck were social occasions of a specific kind, compressed and practical, but social nonetheless. Men who had served together on multiple crossings developed the particular closeness of people who have shared extreme conditions repeatedly. The conversations in the mess deck or the canteen on a ship in an Arctic convoy ran across the full range of human concerns: home, family, what people would do when the war ended, the specific complaints and observations and dark humor that characterize men in difficult situations who have decided, collectively, not to be overwhelmed by them. The humor on Arctic convoys, as far as it can be reconstructed from accounts, was dry and pointed and carried the specific quality of men who knew precisely what they were making jokes about. Bravado had very little place in it. These were not young men performing toughness for an audience. Most of them had already demonstrated their actual response to danger, to themselves and each other, and performance was unnecessary. Navigation in the Arctic in the 1940s presented technical challenges that are worth understanding, because they shaped how convoys were routed and how ships found their way when separated. The magnetic compass becomes increasingly unreliable at high latitudes because the Earth's magnetic field dips more steeply toward vertical as you approach the poles, and the horizontal component that the compass needle responds to becomes weaker relative to the vertical component that it cannot. Ships navigating at latitudes above 70 degrees north, which the more northerly convoy routes required, could not rely on standard magnetic compass readings with the same confidence that was possible in temperate waters. Gyroscopic compasses were more reliable, but required power and maintenance, and their card errors at high latitudes needed careful correction. Celestial navigation, the traditional fallback when everything else was uncertain, was compromised in the Arctic by the persistent cloud cover that characterized much of the passage, and by the fact that in summer the sun barely set, making the dawn and dusk star sights that navigators relied on impossible. Dead reckoning, the calculation of position based on known speed, course, and elapsed time, corrected for estimated current, was the practical navigation of much of the Arctic crossing, and its accumulated errors over days of overcast could be significant. Medical care on merchant ships and smaller escorts was provided under conditions that would challenge any practitioner. The Royal Navy maintained a surgeon or sick berth attendant on its larger escort vessels, but many merchant ships of the convoy period carried only basic medical supplies and a crew member with first aid training. Injuries sustained in the course of ship handling in heavy Arctic weather, falls, crush injuries from equipment, rope burns, frostbite, had to be treated in the ship's small medical space, which was rarely well equipped and frequently being used for other purposes as well. Battle injuries were a different category. Shrapnel wounds, burns from fires, blast injuries, and the particular combination of cold and immersion that affected men who had been blown into the sea. The treatment for immersion hypothermia available in the 1940s was primarily warming. Warm blankets, warm drinks, gradual restoration of body temperature, and the availability of even these basics depended on what the ship carried and what condition her galley was in after an attack. Men who had been in the Arctic water for any significant time often did not survive, regardless of what was done for them. The merchant sailors of the Arctic convoys occupy a particular position in the history of the war's human cost that reflects a genuine injustice in how service was recognized and rewarded. Merchant Navy personnel were, throughout the war, technically civilian employees of shipping companies, rather than members of the armed forces. This had practical consequences for their pay, which stopped when a ship was sunk, even if the sailor was still alive, and for the recognition available to them. While the Royal Navy could award its men the Victoria Cross and other military decorations, the Merchant Navy's comparable honours were established later, and with less institutional weight. The men who served on Arctic convoys, who faced identical physical conditions and identical enemy action as their Royal Navy counterparts, who died at rates that in some periods exceeded those of naval escorts, did so without the full structure of military recognition that the Royal Navy provided. This is not a criticism of the Royal Navy. It is a description of how the institutional architecture of wartime service systematically undervalued a group of men whose contribution was essential to the outcome of the war. That undervaluation did not go unrecognized by the men who served alongside them. Royal Navy escort commanders who wrote their operational reports and memoirs were, with some consistency, generous in their assessments of the merchant sailors on the convoys they protected. The quality of seamanship displayed by merchant ships maintaining station in Arctic gales, the steadiness of merchant crews under air attack, the discipline with which individual ships obeyed convoy commodores' instructions in situations of extreme danger. All of these were noted by naval officers who understood what they were observing. The award ceremony, the formal recognition, the place in the official narrative, these came late or not at all for many men. But the professional respect of the men who worked alongside them was genuine and was expressed in the records they left behind. Chapter 9. The intelligence war in Northern Waters warfare in the Second World War was not conducted by brute force alone. Behind every convoy that sailed, behind every escort that changed course, behind every admiral's decision about routing and timing, and the composition of covering forces, there ran a parallel war of information, of signals intercepted and decoded, of reconnaissance aircraft, photographed and analyzed, of agents' reports, pieced together with photographic intelligence and traffic analysis to build a picture of what the enemy intended. This intelligence war was, for the Arctic convoys, as consequential as any surface action, and its failures, most notably the catastrophic misreading that preceded the scatter order of Convoy PQ-17, were as costly as any torpedo. The British Ultra program, built around the work being done at Bletchley Park on the German Enigma encipherment system, provided a window into German naval communications that varied considerably in quality and timeliness, depending on the theatre and the period. The Kriegsmarine's Enigma variant, which went through several modifications during the war, was broken at different points with different degrees of completeness. In the Arctic theatre, ultra-intelligence was available intermittently and had to be combined with other sources. Aerial reconnaissance, reports from Norwegian resistance contacts, submarine patrol reports, signals traffic analysis to produce an operational picture that was never fully reliable, but was consistently more complete than anything available to the German side about Allied intentions. The Germans had their own signals intelligence capacity, based primarily on traffic analysis and on the work of their B-Dienst organization, which had broken certain British naval ciphers and could read some of the communications between convoy commodores and Admiralty operational controllers. This created a situation in which both sides were reading portions of each other's communications, neither fully aware of how much the other knew, each making decisions based on intelligence pictures that were incomplete in ways they could not always identify. The German use of aircraft reconnaissance in the Arctic was, by the middle years of the war, very sophisticated. Long-range Focke-Wulf FW, 200 Condor aircraft and Heinkel He-1 variants equipped with additional fuel tanks could conduct reconnaissance sweeps over large areas of the convoy routes, reporting ship positions, formations, and courses in coded signals that were transmitted back to Norway. Once a convoy was located by a reconnaissance aircraft, the German operational procedure was to shadow it continuously, one aircraft taking over from another as fuel required, while submarines and attack aircraft were vectored to the contact. The coordination between Luftwaffe reconnaissance, Luftwaffe strike aircraft, and Kriegsmarine submarines that characterized German anti-convoy operations in the Arctic by 1942 was a genuinely effective integrated system. It worked in the specific tactical sense that it found convoys, tracked them, and enabled attack. What it could not do, in the longer operational sense, was sustain loss rates that would break the convoy system, because the Allied industrial output being carried on those ships continued to grow even as losses accumulated. The Norwegian resistance played a role in Arctic convoy intelligence that has sometimes been underplayed in the wider narrative. Norway, occupied since April of 1940, had maintained a clandestine resistance network that reported on German naval movements with considerable effectiveness. Agents stationed near the principal German anchorages, Trondheim, Narvik, Altenfjord, could observe and report the movements of heavy ships, and their reports, transmitted by radio to London, provided intelligence about sortie preparations that complemented what Ultra was able to provide. When the Tirpitz moved anchorages, or when heavy ships began taking on fuel in patterns that suggested an imminent operation, these observations reached the Admiralty through resistance channels within hours. The Norwegians who conducted this surveillance did so at considerable personal risk. German counterintelligence in occupied Norway was active and effective, and the consequences of discovery were severe. Their contribution to convoy safety is not reducible to a single engagement or a specific number of ships saved, but it was real and sustained throughout the war. The signals intelligence war had a specific relevance to the catastrophe of PQ-17 that is worth examining carefully. The ultra-intelligence that preceded the scatter order indicated, broadly correctly, that the German heavy ships had moved from their normal anchorages. What it could not establish with confidence was whether they had moved to sea on an operational sortie or to a different anchorage within the Norwegian fjord system. The distinction was entirely critical. One meant an imminent attack on the convoy. The other meant nothing immediate. But the intelligence picture available to Admiral Pound on the night of the 3rd and 4th of July, 1942, could not resolve it. Pound was working, as all intelligence consumers work, with probabilities rather than certainties. His assessment of those probabilities and his decision that the risk of a surface attack was high enough to justify the scatter order was wrong, but it was made in conditions where being wrong was entirely possible and where being right would have required information that he did not have. This is the fundamental tension at the heart of intelligence-led operations, and it manifests in the Arctic Convoy story with particular clarity. Good intelligence improves decisions. It does not guarantee them. A piece of information that says, the enemy fleet has moved, contains within it the full range of possibilities about where it has moved and why. And the decision maker must resolve that ambiguity based on incomplete evidence, his assessment of enemy intentions, and his own reading of risk. Pound assessed the risk one way. The evidence, examined retrospectively, suggests he assessed it incorrectly. But the lesson is not that intelligence is useless, or that intelligence-driven decisions are inherently unreliable. The lesson is that the value of intelligence depends on the quality of its analysis as much as on the raw information it provides, and that the organizational process by which analysis is communicated to decision makers, including the honesty with which uncertainty is expressed, matters as much as the intelligence itself. After PQ-17, the Admiralty made significant changes to how intelligence was used in convoy routing decisions. The precise mechanisms of those changes, the establishment of clearer protocols for communicating intelligence uncertainty, the involvement of additional analytical expertise in the process of assessing German naval intentions, are documented in the operational history of the Convoy series and in the post-war histories of British naval intelligence. What is relevant here is the principle. An organization that has paid a catastrophic price for an intelligence failure generally learns from it, and the Admiralty, to its credit, did learn. The convoys that ran from late 1942 onward were managed with a more sophisticated understanding of what intelligence could and could not tell their planners, and with a greater institutional willingness to acknowledge uncertainty rather than resolve it prematurely in the direction of worst-case planning. The German side of the intelligence war in Arctic waters had its own failures, and they were consequential. The B-Dienst's ability to read British naval ciphers was a significant German advantage during parts of the convoy period. But it was an advantage that was progressively reduced as the British changed their cipher systems in response to growing awareness that their communications were compromised. The replacement of Naval Cipher Number 3, which the Germans had broken, with Naval Cipher Number 5 in June of 1943, significantly degraded German ability to anticipate convoy movements. The precise moment at which the British became aware that Naval Cipher Number 3 was compromised, and the organizational process by which that awareness led to action, is itself a complex intelligence story that involves the tension between acting on information about a compromise and thereby revealing that you have it. The period in which the British knew their cipher was broken, but had not yet changed it, and what decisions were made during that period, is one of those historiographical threads that the opening of post-war archives has illuminated, but not entirely resolved. The human dimension of the intelligence war in the Arctic is largely invisible in conventional historical accounts. The Norwegian agent who observed the Tirpitz taking on fuel at an unusual hour and transmitted his report by radio while concealed in a building overlooking the fjord does not appear in operational histories by name. The Bletchley analyst who worked through the night to break the key that revealed a German naval intention does not appear in convoy records. The SIGINT operator on an escort vessel who intercepted and decoded a contact report from a shadowing aircraft, giving the convoy commodore 30 minutes of warning. This person is not in the history books. The intelligence war was conducted by people whose work, by its nature, had to be invisible in order to be effective, and the invisibility that protected them during the war has persisted, in some cases, into the historical record. This is a systematic absence in the story of the Arctic convoys, and acknowledging it honestly is part of telling the story with the accuracy it deserves. Chapter 10. The Death of the Scharnhorst. Battle of the North Cape. On the 26th of December, 1943, in the darkness and the violence of an Arctic winter sea, the career of one of the most formidable warships of the Second World War ended in the Barents Sea north of Norway. The Scharnhorst was a battle cruiser, or, depending on which classification system one uses, a capital ship, displacing roughly 32,000 tons at full load, armed with 9 11-inch guns in 3 triple turrets, and capable of speeds in excess of 31 knots. She had had an eventful war before the North Cape. She had participated in the Norwegian campaign of 1940, had been involved in the sinking of the aircraft carrier HMS Glorious in June of 1940, had made the Channel Dash of February 1942, alongside the Gneisenau and Prinz Eugen. The audacious daylight sprint through the English Channel, from Brest to German North Sea, ports that humiliated the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, despite failing to prevent significant damage to the German ships. By late 1943, she was at Altenfjord, one of the last operational German heavy surface units in the Norwegian theatre. Convoy JW55 Bravo was at sea in the final days of December 1943, bound for the Soviet Union. The convoy carried cargo of the type that had been flowing north since 1941: vehicles, aircraft components, ammunition, food, industrial supplies. The Admiralty was aware, through intelligence, that the German command might sortie the Scharnhorst against the convoy. The intelligence picture was never complete, but the combination of ultra-intercepts and other sources provided enough indication of German interest in the convoy to prompt Admiral Bruce Fraser, commanding the home fleet from his flag in HMS Duke of York, to position his force to intercept any sortie. Fraser had, in the weeks before the operation, thought carefully about how to fight the Scharnhorst. He had analysed her speed, her armament, her tactical characteristics. He had considered how to bring his own force, Duke of York, the cruiser Jamaica, and their attendant destroyers, into contact, given the probability that the Scharnhorst, if she sortied, would try to avoid the main British force while attacking the convoy. Rear Admiral Erich Bay, the German commander, took the Scharnhorst to sea on the morning of the 25th of December, accompanied by 5 destroyers. The destroyers, operating in the severe weather conditions of the Arctic in late December, sea states that would challenge any vessel, became separated from the Scharnhorst during the night of the 25th to 26th. Bay continued north alone. Whether his decision to proceed without his destroyer screen reflected an underestimation of the British response, an overconfidence in the Scharnhorst's individual fighting capability, or an inadequate intelligence picture of what was waiting for him, is a question that historians have examined without complete resolution, partly because few from the German side survived to provide detailed accounts of the decision-making. The cruisers of Vice Admiral Robert Burnett's Force 1, HMS Belfast, HMS Norfolk, and HMS Sheffield, made radar contact with the Scharnhorst in the early hours of the 26th of December, in full Arctic darkness. Belfast illuminated the German ship with star shell at a range of roughly 12,000 yards. Norfolk opened fire. The Scharnhorst, taken by surprise, turned away and disappeared into the darkness. What followed was a pursuit and re-engagement sequence that extended through much of the day. The Scharnhorst making high speed to the south, Burnett's cruisers maintaining contact, Duke of York manoeuvring to cut off the German ship's line of retreat. The weather was severe: Arctic winter seas, wind and spray, poor visibility at intervals, and the seamanship required to maintain contact and coordinate an interception across these conditions was significant. The credit for what happened next belongs substantially to the radar operators and the navigating officers of the British ships, who tracked the Scharnhorst through the darkness and the weather without losing her. At approximately 4:47 in the afternoon, Duke of York's radar, which could track the Scharnhorst at ranges beyond visual distance, indicated the German ship was within engagement range. Belfast illuminated again. Duke of York and Jamaica opened fire. The first British salvos achieved hits. The Scharnhorst, surprised for the second time that day by a force she had not detected in time, turned away. But Duke of York was faster than the Scharnhorst had perhaps expected, or the damage to the German ship from the initial hits reduced her maximum speed. The gunnery duel that followed, Duke of York's 14-inch guns against the Scharnhorst's 11-inch reply, lasted for nearly 2 hours. The Scharnhorst hit Duke of York twice with her main armament, causing damage but not threatening the British ship's fighting capacity. Duke of York hit the Scharnhorst repeatedly, and crucially, one or more hits appear to have penetrated to machinery spaces, reducing the German ship's speed. When the Scharnhorst slowed, Fraser ordered his destroyers in to deliver torpedo attacks. The destroyers, Savage, Saumarez, Scorpion, and Stord, the last being a Norwegian vessel, attacked from both sides, closing to short range in the darkness and the sea state to fire their torpedoes. Each approach was a specific act of seamanship under fire. A destroyer closing a capital ship at night, in heavy weather, absorbing shellfire from the defending anti-aircraft armament to launch torpedoes from a range at which they could not miss, but at which the destroyer was also within lethal range of the Scharnhorst's guns. Several destroyers were hit. Several crewmen were killed. The torpedo hits compounded the damage the Scharnhorst had already absorbed. By the time Duke of York and Jamaica closed again, for the final phase, the Scharnhorst was burning, her speed reduced to near zero. Her ability to fight back systematically degraded. Duke of York and Jamaica fired further salvos. Additional torpedoes were launched. At approximately 7:45 in the evening of the 26th of December, 1943, St. Stephen's Day, the day after Christmas, the Scharnhorst capsized and sank in the Arctic Ocean at a position north of the North Cape of Norway. Of a crew of approximately 1,968 men, 36 survived to be rescued by the British ships. The water temperature was approximately 0 degrees Celsius. The sea state was severe. The British crews rescued the 36 men they found, but the conditions allowed no extended search. More than 1,900 men died with the Scharnhorst, or in the water around her, in those final minutes and in the darkness that followed. This is a fact that the operational history of the battle records as a figure, and it should be allowed to sit for a moment as what it actually represents. The Battle of the North Cape was a British victory of the most complete kind. A convoy was protected, a major German surface unit was destroyed, and the threat she had represented was permanently eliminated. The cost in German lives was very large. The distinction between victory and its cost is not erased by noting the victory and the 36 survivors. Young men pulled from the Arctic water on the night of the 26th of December, carried with them everything that survived of what the Scharnhorst had been. The Battle of the North Cape effectively ended the German surface fleet as a coherent threat to the Arctic convoys. The Tirpitz was by this point incapacitated by the damage from the X-craft attack of September 1943 and was undergoing repairs in Kofjord. She would subsequently be attacked repeatedly from the air. Barracuda carrier attacks in April of 1944, followed by Lancaster attacks using tallboy bombs through the summer and autumn of 1944, until she capsized in November of 1944 after a direct hit that detonated one of her magazines. With the Scharnhorst sunk and the Tirpitz eliminated, the German surface fleet in Norway ceased to be the defining strategic constraint on Arctic convoy operations. The U-boats and the Luftwaffe remained, but without the threat of a surface fleet sortie, the British heavy covering force obligation was significantly reduced. The final phase of the Arctic Convoy series, running from early 1944 through the end of the war in May of 1945, operated in a strategic environment that was meaningfully different from the one the convoys had been navigating since 1941. Admiral Fraser, in his dispatch on the Battle of the North Cape, was characteristically precise about what had been achieved. The convoy had been protected. The mission had been accomplished. The men who had done it, the radar operators, the navigating officers, the destroyer commanders, the gunners on Duke of York and Jamaica, the crewmen of the Norwegian destroyer Stord, had performed their work with the professional competence and personal courage that the situation demanded. Fraser's words were not extravagant. They did not need to be. The result spoke with its own clarity. Chapter 11, The Final Run North. Convoys of 19, 44, and 45. By the opening months of 1944, the Arctic convoy route had been transformed from a gauntlet into something that still demanded courage and competence, but operated within a strategic environment that had shifted fundamentally in the Allies' favour. The Scharnhorst was at the bottom of the Barents Sea. The Tirpitz was damaged in Kofjord, undergoing repairs that would not restore her before the next series of attacks found her. The German destroyer force in Norwegian waters had been depleted by attrition and was not being replaced at the rate required to maintain a credible surface threat. The Luftwaffe's anti-shipping capability, while still real, was being progressively degraded by the wider demands being placed on German air power. The defense of the Reich against British and American strategic bombing, the air war over the Eastern Front, and the build-up of Allied air superiority in the West that would culminate in the Normandy landings of June 1944. The U-boat force was still active in Arctic waters, but the anti-submarine technology and tactics available to British escort groups had improved dramatically since 1941. Ahead-throwing weapons, specifically the Hedgehog mortar, which could project a pattern of small contact fused projectiles ahead of an attacking escort, while the submarine remained within ASDIC contact, had fundamentally changed the calculus of submarine hunting. Radar developments had improved the detection of surface submarines. The training of escort crews had become more systematic and effective. The JW convoys of 1944 sailed, for the most part, with lower loss rates than anything the convoy system had experienced in its earlier years. This is not to say they were safe, in any absolute sense. The U-boats maintained their patrols. Aircraft continued to probe the convoy defences. The Arctic environment remained as indifferent to human survival as it had ever been, and the sea states that could kill a man or capsize a small vessel were not reduced by the improvement in Allied fortunes. But the convoys of 1944, JW56 through JW63, delivered their cargo with a consistency and relative completeness that would have been inconceivable in the summer of 1942. The logistical pipeline that had been established at such cost in the earlier years of the convoy series was now functioning with something approaching reliability. The volume of material flowing through that pipeline in the final years of the war was enormous. The Arctic convoys, taken across their full operational period from August of 1941 to May of 1945, delivered to the Soviet Union roughly 7,730 vehicles of various types, more than 5,000 tanks, nearly 8,000 aircraft, and more than 4 million tons of general cargo, including food, fuel, industrial machinery, communications equipment, and medical supplies. These figures represent the totality of the supply effort. The early convoys with their heavier loss rates, the catastrophe of PQ-17, the disrupted period after it, and the more effective later years. The material impact on Soviet fighting capacity is, as noted earlier, a matter of ongoing historical debate. What is not debated is that the supplies arrived, that they were used, and that the men who delivered them paid a significant price to do so. The American contribution to the later convoys deserves explicit acknowledgement in any complete account of the Arctic Convoy story. Following the United States' entry into the war in December of 1941, American ships, both warships and merchant vessels, became an increasingly important component of the convoy system. The US Navy contributed escort vessels. The American Merchant Marine provided cargo ships, and American industrial output provided an increasing proportion of the material being carried. The relationship between British convoy management and American participation was not always frictionless. Institutional differences in procedure, communication protocols, and command culture required adjustment on both sides. But it worked, and the American contribution to the later convoys was substantial. The Liberty ships produced by American shipyards in extraordinary numbers through 1943 and 1944 provided a consistent flow of cargo capacity that the convoy system required. These were not elegant vessels. They were built quickly and to standardized designs that prioritized production speed over refinement, and they served their purpose with a straightforward utility. That was exactly what the situation demanded. The relationship between the Arctic convoys and the broader strategic situation on the Eastern Front underwent a significant shift through 1943 and 44. In the early years of the Convoy series, the material being delivered to the Soviet Union was contributing to a defensive fight. The Red Army absorbing German offensives, holding lines, trying to prevent a collapse that would have ended Soviet participation in the war. By 1943, and particularly after the Soviet victory at Kursk in the summer of that year, the largest tank battle in history, in terms of the forces engaged, fought over the course of several weeks in the summer heat of the Ukrainian steppe. The Red Army had shifted to a strategic offensive posture. It was now advancing, progressively and with increasing momentum, westward across the occupied Soviet territories. The material flowing through the Arctic Convoy pipeline was now supporting an offensive rather than a defensive effort, and its logistical character changed accordingly. The emphasis shifted toward the motorized transport, fuel, communications equipment, and railway supplies that sustained mobile offensive operations. The material infrastructure of an army moving forward rather than an army holding in place. One aspect of the late war convoy operations that rarely appears in popular accounts is the increasing involvement of Soviet naval forces in the escort of convoys in the final approaches to Murmansk and the Kola Inlet. The Soviet Northern Fleet, while never a major naval force by comparison with the Royal Navy or the Kriegsmarine, had developed genuine anti-submarine capability through the war years, and was increasingly able to provide useful escort support in the waters it knew best. The cooperation between British convoy commanders and Soviet naval officers in the Kola area improved substantially through 1943 and 44, driven partly by the improvement in the overall Allied military situation, which reduced some of the political anxiety that had colored inter-Allied relations in the darker years, and partly by the sheer accumulated experience of working together on a common operational problem. The Soviet liaison officers who served with British convoy escorts and the Soviet naval commanders who escorted convoys in the final approach phase developed professional relationships with their British counterparts that were, by the accounts of those who participated in them, genuinely effective. The last convoys of the war ran into the spring of 1945. Germany was collapsing. The Western Front had crossed the Rhine in March of 1945. The Red Army was approaching Berlin. The strategic necessity of the Arctic supply route was diminishing as the military situation that had created it moved toward its resolution. Yet the convoys continued to run. because the commitments had been made, because the cargo was loaded, because the ships were at sea, because the men who commanded them understood that their job was to deliver what they carried until the war was actually over. Convoy JW67, one of the last of the series, was at sea when the German surrender was being finalized in May of 1945. The final convoys of the war were not dramatic. They were the completion of a logistics obligation conducted by men who had been doing this work for years and who were not yet entirely certain that the danger was finished. U-boats were still active in Arctic waters in the final weeks of the war. The decision of individual U-boat commanders in those final days, whether to continue operations, whether to surface and surrender, whether to comply with the orders being transmitted from a command authority that was itself disintegrating, reflects the specific confusion of an organization in the process of defeat. Several U-boat attacks on late war convoys and their escorts occurred in April of 1945. After the outcome of the war was no longer in genuine doubt, but before the formal surrender had been signed, men died in those attacks on both sides. The fact that the war was visibly ending did not stop it from being lethal while it lasted, and the last Arctic convoy casualties have a particular quality of poignancy, not because their deaths were more or less worthy than those of men who died in darker years, but because the proximity to the end makes the arithmetic of the war visible in a specific way. The final statistics of the Arctic Convoy series, when read together, constitute a document of enormous human significance. Across the roughly 1,560 individual ship voyages that comprise the Arctic Convoy operations, from August of 1941 to May of 1945, 85 merchant ships were lost to enemy action and the weather. 18 Royal Navy warships were sunk. More than 3,000 Allied seamen and naval personnel died. The German forces opposing the convoys lost 27 U-boats and a number of surface vessels and aircraft. Against these losses, roughly 4 million tons of military supplies reached the Soviet Union, contributing to a military effort that absorbed the majority of Germany's ground combat power for 4 years and created the conditions in which Allied victory became achievable. The ratio of what was delivered to what it cost to deliver it is not a comfortable calculation, and the men who paid the cost were not always those who made the decisions that set the price. Chapter 12. Aftermath. Recognition and the long silence wars do not end cleanly. They end in documents signed in railway carriages or in the rubble of government buildings, and then they continue. In the physical landscape of destroyed cities and mined coastal waters, in the medical histories of men whose bodies were permanently altered by what they experienced, in the political relationships between former allies that shift the moment the common enemy is gone, and in the long, complicated process by which societies decide what to remember and how to remember it. For the veterans of the Arctic convoys, the end of the war began a period of extraordinary social invisibility that lasted, for many of them, for the rest of their lives. The reasons for this invisibility were multiple and reinforcing. The Arctic convoys had been conducted, for security reasons, largely in public silence during the war. The men who served on them could not speak about where they had been or what they had done. Not to their families, not to friends, not to the newspapers that were recording the war's public narrative. The combination of wartime secrecy and the inherently unglamorous nature of logistics. Cargo ships carrying trucks and tinned food are not the raw material of heroic narrative in the way that fighter pilots and commando operations are, meant that the Arctic convoys occupied a marginal position in public understanding of the war even before the silence of the post-war period began. When that silence was lifted, gradually, as security restrictions were relaxed, there was no established public narrative into which the veterans' experiences could be placed. The story had to be built from scratch, and the men who had lived it were often not inclined, by temperament or by the habits formed during years of enforced silence, to become its advocates. The political context of the Cold War added another layer of complexity. The Arctic Convoys had been, fundamentally, an operation designed to support the Soviet Union. In the immediate post-war period, as the wartime alliance between Britain, America, and the Soviet Union dissolved into ideological confrontation, the political character of the convoy story became uncomfortable for official narratives on both sides. For Western governments, celebrating a major Allied operation, whose primary beneficiary was now an adversary, required a careful rhetorical balance that official commemoration tended to avoid. For the Soviet government, acknowledging the material importance of Western supplies ran against the ideological narrative of Soviet self-sufficiency and the primacy of Soviet military achievement, a narrative that Stalin was actively enforcing in the post-war years, and that his successors maintained with varying degrees of rigidity. Khrushchev's private acknowledgement, recalled in his later memoirs, that Allied supplies had been essential to Soviet survival, was itself a kind of index of how politically sensitive the question remained. In the public domain, Soviet acknowledgement of the convoy's importance was minimal for decades. The specific injustice experienced by merchant navy veterans was the most concrete institutional failure of the post-war recognition process. Because merchant navy personnel had served as civilians for much of the war, their employment relationship was with shipping companies rather than with the Crown. They did not receive the full range of benefits and recognition available to military veterans. The campaign medal system took time to extend to merchant navy service in a way that acknowledged the Arctic run specifically, the Atlantic Star and the Arctic Star. The medals that now recognize service on the convoy routes were created and modified through a legislative and administrative process that stretched over decades, driven partly by veterans' advocacy and partly by the gradual shift in public understanding of what the merchant navy had actually done during the war. The Arctic Star specifically, awarded for operational service north of the Arctic Circle, was not formally authorized until 2012, in response to a long-running campaign by veterans and their supporters. By that point, many of the men who had earned it had died. The Arctic Convoy Museum in Altbea, Scotland, occupies a site with direct historical significance. The village was a staging point for many of the convoys, and the waters of Loch Ave served as an assembly point for convoys throughout the war. The museum represents one of the clearest attempts to provide the Arctic convoy story with the public presence it had long lacked, collecting oral testimonies, physical artifacts, and documentary records in a form that can be accessed by those who did not know, until recently, that this story existed. The oral testimony collection is, in many ways, the most irreplaceable part of what institutions like this preserve. The men who sailed the Arctic convoys, the last of them now in their late 90s or beyond, experience things that no document fully conveys. The sound of a torpedo striking a ship at 3 in the morning, the specific quality of Arctic cold on hands that have been on a steel gun mounting for 2 hours, the sight of another ship disappearing into the sea. These are things that documents can describe but cannot carry. And the recorded voice of a man who was there when it happened is something that, once lost, cannot be reconstructed. Soviet archives, partially accessible since the end of the Cold War, have added a new dimension to the historical understanding of the Arctic convoys that is still being worked through. The Russian historiography of the Arctic convoys, the scholarly literature produced in the Soviet and post-Soviet period, has undergone significant development since the 1990s, as historians have gained access to materials that were previously classified. The picture that emerges is more complex than either the Western narrative, which tends to emphasize the gallantry of the convoys and their importance to the Soviet war effort, or the older Soviet narrative, which tended to minimize Western contributions. Soviet port records, military logistical documents, and the records of the Northern Fleet provide a more granular picture of what happened to the supplies after they arrived, how they were distributed, how quickly they reached operational units, which categories of material were most valued by Soviet commanders. This material is still being integrated into the broader historiographical literature, and its full implications for assessments of the convoy's impact have not yet been fully absorbed. The question of how to quantify the convoy's military significance continues to generate nuanced scholarly argument. The position that the convoys were essential to Soviet survival tends to rest on the specific categories of supply: aviation fuel, aluminium for aircraft production, telephone wire for military communications, boots and food for the Red Army. That Soviet domestic industry was least able to produce in adequate quantities. The counterposition that Soviet domestic production was always the primary driver of military capacity, and that Allied supplies were useful but not decisive, tends to rest on the observation that the Soviet Union was absorbing German offensives and inflicting massive losses before the convoy pipeline reached its full operational capacity. Both positions are supportable from the available evidence. The argument between them is, at this point, not resolvable by simple recourse to statistics, because the counterfactual, what would have happened if the convoys had not run, is not available for examination. History is stubbornly resistant to controlled experiments. The veterans themselves, when asked in their recorded testimonies about the significance of what they did, tend not to use the language of strategic analysis. They talk about specific ships, about men they knew, about the cold and the fear and the strange beauty of the Arctic light, about the moment a ship in the convoy column disappeared, and you understood what had happened before anyone said it, about getting home, about not getting home. The gap between this testimony, grounded in the particular and the sensory and the human, and the aggregate language of historical assessment, is not a failure of either mode of understanding. It is the normal gap between the experience of an event and its subsequent meaning, between the scale at which history is lived and the scale at which it is analysed. The Arctic Convoy veterans, who gave their testimonies in the years when institutions finally thought to ask them, were not primarily interested in where they ranked in the strategic calculus. They were interested in being witnessed, in having it acknowledged that they had been somewhere very cold and very dangerous, that it had cost some of them everything, and that it had mattered. It mattered. The Arctic convoys were not a footnote or a supporting operation or a sideshow of the main event. They were a supply artery for an ally fighting the largest land campaign in human history, maintained under conditions of extreme danger by ordinary men who made the crossing again and again because the cargo had to get through, the men who sailed them, the merchant sailors and naval officers, the Scottish and Norwegian and American crews, the engineers and gunners and navigators and cooks, worked at the edge of what a human body can sustain, in service of an objective whose full significance they could not always see from where they stood. They did not need to see Chapter 13, the U-boat war in Arctic waters. Hunters and the hunted, beneath every convoy route, beneath every calculated discussion of surface fleet threats and air power and strategic supply tonnage, there ran a quieter war. It operated in the cold, dark water below the ships, in compartments that smelled of diesel oil and condensation, and men living in close quarters for weeks at a time. In a world where sound was the primary sense, because light reached nothing. The U-boat campaign against the Arctic convoys was conducted across the entire operational period of the Convoy series, from the first patrols in the summer and autumn of 1941 through the final operations of April and early May of 1945. It was not the most dramatic element of the Arctic naval war. It did not produce the kind of set-piece battle that the destruction of the Scharnhorst or the defense of Convoy JW51 Bravo produced. But it was persistent, cumulative, and deadly, and it shaped the behavior of every convoy that sailed north, whether an attack occurred or not. The Arctic posed specific operational challenges for U-boats that were different from those they encountered in the North Atlantic. Water temperature in the Arctic varies in layers, a phenomenon called thermal stratification, with cold, dense water sitting beneath warmer surface layers in certain conditions, and the acoustic properties of these layers affecting how ASDIC transmissions behaved. A skilled U-boat commander who understood the local thermal structure could position his boat in layers where British ASDIC, the sonar system used by escort vessels to detect submerged submarines, was less effective, either because the sound beam was refracted away from him or because the ambient noise level at that depth degraded the detection range. This acoustic geography of the Arctic was, for the early years of the convoy operations, less well understood by the British than by the German crews who had been operating in these waters from the beginning. The knowledge gap closed as British anti-submarine science and the accumulated experience of Arctic escort commanders developed. But it was a real operational advantage for U-boats in the early period. The machinery of a submarine operating in Arctic temperatures presented a sustained engineering challenge for German crews. Diesel engines, batteries, compressed air systems, and the complex mechanical apparatus of torpedo tubes and their associated firing systems all behaved differently in cold conditions than they did in temperate waters. Battery performance degraded at low temperatures, reducing the submerged endurance that was the submarine's primary tactical asset, its ability to remain hidden beneath the surface while evading or positioning for attack. Lubricants thickened. Hydraulic systems required more careful management. The pressure hull, cooled to the temperature of the surrounding water, produced condensation on every interior surface when the crew was aboard and generating body heat, creating a perpetual dampness that was not merely uncomfortable but corrosive. The men who lived inside these conditions, in U-boats that were, by modern standards, extraordinarily cramped, did so for patrols that extended for weeks at a time without the relief of a port visit. The coordination between U-boats and aircraft in the Arctic, at its most effective, represented a specific tactical system that the British convoys had to learn to counter. A Focke-Wulf or Heinkel reconnaissance aircraft, locating a convoy, would transmit its position, course, and speed on a frequency that U-boats in the area were monitoring. Multiple U-boats could converge on the contact simultaneously, approaching from different bearings to complicate the escort's defensive problem. The escort screen could not effectively prosecute multiple ASDIC contacts simultaneously. An attack on one submarine contact might require a destroyer to leave its screening position, creating a gap that another submarine could exploit. Managing this tactical problem required the escort commander to make rapid assessments of which contacts were real and which were false, which required immediate prosecution, and which could be held at bay by forcing the submarine to dive and stay down. The development of effective counter-tactics against this system was one of the central challenges of Arctic Convoy Escort Command through 1942 and into 1943. The improved weapons and sensors that reached escort vessels through the middle years of the war changed the balance of the anti-submarine campaign in ways that the U-boat force found increasingly difficult to adapt to. The Hedgehog, a head-throwing mortar, which entered widespread Royal Navy service in 1942, allowed an escort to attack a submerged submarine while maintaining ASTIC contact, solving the fundamental problem of the conventional depth charge attack, which required the escort to pass over the submarine's estimated position and lose ASTIC contact in its own propeller noise at the critical moment. High-frequency direction finding equipment, known as HFDF or HFDUF, allowed escort vessels and shore stations to determine the bearing of a U-boat's radio transmissions with sufficient accuracy to force it to dive before it could position for an attack. Improved radar sets reduced the window in which a surfaced U-boat could operate on the surface in darkness. Each of these developments was individually an incremental improvement. Together, across the span of 1943 and into 44, they represented a systematic degradation of the tactical advantages the U-boats had held in the earlier years of the campaign. The U-boats that operated against the Arctic convoys were drawn from the Kriegsmarine's Arctic flotillas, based primarily at Narvik and other Norwegian ports. These were not specialist Arctic submarines. The technology did not exist in the 1940s to build a vessel specifically optimized for Arctic conditions. They were the standard Type 7 and Type 9 boats that formed the backbone of the German submarine force, deployed to Arctic waters and expected to operate in conditions their designers had not specifically anticipated. The crews who served in them were young men. The average age of U-boat crews throughout the war was notably low, reflecting both the demanding physical nature of the work and the high casualty rate that continuously refreshed the personnel pool. The Kriegsmarine's U-boat arm suffered the highest proportional losses of any combatant service in the Second World War across any nation. Of the roughly 40,000 men who served in U-boats during the war, approximately 28,000 died. This figure sits at the end of any discussion of U-boat operations, as a reminder that the submarine campaign was lethal, not only to its targets, but to its practitioners. In Arctic waters specifically, the loss of a U-boat meant the loss of its crew in conditions from which rescue was even less likely than in the North Atlantic. A submarine sunk in the Barents Sea, in water depths that precluded escape, in temperatures that would kill a man in the water within minutes, did not offer its crew any realistic survival prospect. The British escort crews who prosecuted successful anti-submarine attacks, who dropped depth charges or fired hedgehog patterns, or obtained the ASDIC contact that indicated a kill, were, like the U-boat crews themselves, young men doing a technically demanding job in conditions of extreme stress. The psychological weight of killing men you could not see, in an environment whose effects would make their deaths certain, even if the depth charges did not, was something that escort crews processed in ways that are not well documented, but which appear in accounts of what veterans chose to remember and what they chose not to speak about in the decades after the war. The final phase of the U-boat campaign in Arctic waters, running through early 1945, had a particular character that distinguishes it from the earlier years. The German strategic situation was collapsing. The logistical support for Arctic U-boat operations was degrading as Allied bombing, and the advance of Soviet and Western Allied ground forces disrupted the infrastructure that sustained them. The crews operating in Arctic waters in the final months of the war were doing so without the prospect of relief or rotation that earlier patrols had anticipated. The new Type 21 Electroboat, a genuinely revolutionary submarine design with dramatically improved underwater performance, was entering service too late and in too few numbers to change the outcome of a war that was already decided. The U-boats that continued to patrol were in many cases conducting operations whose outcome was predictable, and the men aboard them knew it. That they continued to operate at all reflects something complex and human about military service in extremity that does not reduce to a simple statement about ideology or obedience. The Arctic anti-submarine campaign viewed from its conclusion in May of 1945, was one of the most consequential sustained operational learning exercises in naval history. The Royal Navy, and later, the United States Navy that emerged from the war with fully developed anti-submarine doctrine, capable anti-submarine weapons, and trained anti-submarine crews, had built that capability through the experience of the convoy battles. Atlantic and Arctic together. The lessons were not free. They were purchased through the loss of ships and the deaths of men, and through the equally valuable deaths of time and effort spent on approaches that turned out to be wrong. The historiography of the Battle of the Atlantic has absorbed much of this learning story, but the Arctic campaign was an integral part of it, providing specific operational experience in conditions that the North Atlantic did not replicate, and developing the tactical knowledge that eventually made convoy escort a task that could be conducted with something approaching systematic effectiveness. Chapter 14. The Alliance Under Strain. Churchill, Stalin, and the convoys as politic supply lines are never simply supply lines. They carry the weight of the political relationships between the nations that build and maintain them. And the state of those relationships determines, as much as the tactical situation at sea, when the convoys run, in what strength, and at what cost. The Arctic convoys were, from their first sailing in the summer of 1941, simultaneously a logistics operation and a political instrument. A continuous demonstration of Allied commitment to the Soviet Union that had to be maintained even when its military cost exceeded its immediate material value, and suspended even when its political cost threatened the cohesion of the alliance. Understanding the political dimension of the convoy story requires sitting with three men and their very different positions. Winston Churchill, who carried the full weight of Britain's strategic situation. Franklin Roosevelt, who understood alliance management as the essential precondition of victory. And Joseph Stalin, whose demands for support were framed in a language that admitted no uncertainty about his own nation's sacrifices, and no gratitude for those of others. Churchill's relationship with the Arctic convoys was one of the more conflicted aspects of his wartime leadership. He understood their political necessity with complete clarity. Without the Soviet Union absorbing the majority of German ground combat power, there was no path to Allied victory in Europe on a timetable that Britain could sustain. He understood equally the military cost of maintaining the convoys in the face of German air and naval power in Norway, and the strain that the convoy escort commitment placed on Royal Navy resources needed in other theatres. His response to the disasters of the convoy series, most acutely PQ-17, was to accept the political cost of suspension while managing Stalin's reaction with the combination of candor and diplomatic resilience that characterized his personal diplomacy at its best. His visit to Moscow in August of 1942, traveling personally to inform Stalin of the convoy suspension and of the decision to delay the second front, was, by his own account, one of the most difficult diplomatic encounters of his life. He was bringing bad news to a man whose country was fighting for its existence, and he had to deliver it in a way that maintained the alliance. Without dishonesty and without promise, he could not keep. Roosevelt's handling of the convoy question reflected a somewhat different strategic calculation. The United States, entering the war in December of 1941, brought industrial capacity and manpower that changed the long-term balance of the conflict fundamentally. Roosevelt was consistent in his view that keeping Stalin in the war was the most important single objective of Allied grand strategy, more important in the short term than any specific military operation in the West. This view shaped American pressure on the British to maintain the convoys even during periods when the military situation in Norwegian waters made them extremely costly, and it shaped American frustration with convoy suspensions that they experienced as failures of Allied solidarity. The tensions between Churchill and Roosevelt over convoy policy, real but usually managed within the private communications of alliance diplomacy rather than in public, reflect the broader tension between British strategic caution, grounded in an island nation's experience of what the sea costs when you get it wrong, and American strategic ambition, grounded in an industrial economy that could absorb the material cost of aggressive action. Stalin's use of the convoys as a political instrument was consistent, systematic, and largely successful. He demanded more convoys, larger convoys, faster convoys. When they ran, he offered minimal acknowledgement. When they were suspended or reduced, he used the suspension as evidence of Western bad faith and insufficient commitment to the alliance, deploying the moral weight of Soviet casualties, which were genuinely catastrophic in scale, as a standing argument against any Allied decision that reduced the flow of supplies. His complaints about the convoy suspensions were transmitted through official channels, through personal correspondence with Churchill and Roosevelt, and through the Soviet diplomatic network in ways designed to maximize political pressure. The effect of this pressure on Allied decision-making was real. Convoy suspensions that might have been extended on purely military grounds were shortened or reversed, partly in response to Soviet political demands. This is not a criticism of Soviet strategy. Stalin was using the tools available to him to secure his country's survival, and the moral weight of Soviet losses was genuine. It is simply a description of how the alliance actually operated at the level where political reality intersected with military planning. The meetings between the Allied leaders at Tehran in November and December of 1943, the first conference at which all three principal Allied leaders were present simultaneously, represented a moment of relative clarity in the management of convoy politics. By late 1943, the strategic situation had shifted enough that the conversations were somewhat less freighted with the existential anxiety that had colored earlier exchanges. The Soviet Union had survived. Stalingrad and Kursk had demonstrated that the Red Army could not only hold but decisively defeat German forces in large-scale operations. And the question was now more about the pace and coordination of Allied advance than about whether the alliance would survive at all. The convoy question at Tehran was addressed in the context of discussions about the timing of the Normandy landings, the Italian campaign, and the planned Soviet offensives that would coordinate with the Allied opening of the Second Front. The convoys were, at this point, an established logistics pipeline rather than a contested political question, and their continuation was assumed rather than argued over. The question of the Second Front, the Allied landing in Western Europe, was entangled with the convoy question throughout the middle years of the war in ways that the subsequent historiography has not always made clear. Stalin's demands for a second front, expressed with increasing urgency from the summer of 1941 onward, were partly about the military relief that a major Allied offensive in the West would provide by drawing German forces away from the Eastern Front. But they were also about political equality, about Stalin's insistence that the Soviet Union should not bear the entire burden of ground combat against Germany, while its allies supplied material and conducted operations in secondary theatres. The convoys were, in this political argument, an answer to the Second Front demand that was never fully satisfactory. They provided material, but not military relief. They demonstrated commitment, but not the equal sacrifice of men that Stalin was demanding. This political dynamic ran beneath every convoy decision throughout the war and shaped the way convoy suspensions were communicated, the urgency with which suspended convoys were resumed, and the way the convoy effort was presented in inter-allied communications. The diplomatic correspondence between Churchill and Stalin in the periods of convoy suspension, particularly after PQ-17 and after the voluntary reduction in convoy frequency during the summer of 1942, is a fascinating document of alliance management under extreme strain. Churchill's letters combined honest acknowledgement of what the suspension meant for Soviet supply, with careful explanation of the military reasoning behind it, and with a consistent refusal to accept Stalin's characterizations of British behavior as evidence of deliberate bad faith. Stalin's replies were, at their sharpest, barely within the diplomatic conventions of alliance communication. They carried a directness about Soviet sacrifice and Allied insufficiency that made no concession to tact. Reading these exchanges now, with knowledge of how the war ended, it is possible to see in them the foundations of the Cold War tensions that would follow. The mutual suspicion, the divergent strategic cultures, the fundamental difference in how the two leaders understood the nature of their alliance. All of this is present in embryonic form in the convoy correspondence of 1942 and 1943. The specific grievance that Soviet veterans and their government carried about Allied recognition of convoy contributions is itself a political document worth examining. The Soviet decoration awarded to some Allied convoy participants, the Order of the Patriotic War, granted to a number of Royal Navy officers who distinguished themselves in Arctic Convoy service, represented an acknowledgement that was genuine within its political constraints. Soviet public commemorations of the convoys were, for decades, minimal. The contribution of Allied supplies was not a comfortable topic for a narrative of Soviet self-sufficiency and heroism. In the post-Soviet period, Russian commemoration of the convoys has been more forthcoming, and the annual ceremonies at Murmansk and Arkhangelsk that mark the convoy anniversaries now involve both Russian participation and the dwindling number of Allied veterans able to attend. This shift in Russian public acknowledgement, from silence to commemoration, reflects the changed political context as much as any reassessment of the historical facts. But its significance for the veterans who have lived to see it should not be discounted. What the political history of the Arctic convoys ultimately reveals is something about the nature of wartime alliances that has relevance well beyond this specific conflict. Alliances between nations with fundamentally different political systems, strategic cultures, and historical experiences are not held together by mutual affection or shared values. They are held together by overlapping interests, by the mutual recognition that the alternative to cooperation is worse than its cost, and by the personal relationships of the leaders managing them. Relationships that are always partly performance and partly genuine, that absorb enormous political and personal energy, and that rarely survive the removal of the common threat that created them. The Arctic convoys were, among other things, the physical expression of an alliance held together by necessity. Ships at sea, carrying cargo across an ocean that was trying to kill them, in service of a relationship between nations that did not fully trust each other, but could not afford to fail together. Chapter 15. What the Ice Remembers, Legacy, Memory, and What Was Left Behind. There is a particular quality of silence that belongs to places where extraordinary things happened and then were allowed to be forgotten. It is not the silence of empty space. It is the silence of a presence that was never properly acknowledged. Something that happened at a scale that demanded recognition, that generated a cost in human life that demanded witness. And that was instead folded into the general noise of a world moving forward from an enormous event. For decades after the Second World War ended, the Arctic convoys existed in that silence. They were known to the men who had participated in them. They were known, at a technical level, to naval historians and to the small community of researchers who worked on the operational records. They were not known in any general sense to the public that had lived through the war and was building its memory of what that war had meant. The silence was not malicious. It was the product of secrecy requirements that outlasted the war, of political complications that made the story uncomfortable, and of the institutional tendency to celebrate what is most easily celebrated rather than what is most important. The breaking of that silence has been a long and uneven process. It began in the most practical sense, with the gradual release of operational records through the official archive systems. The Public Record Office in Britain, later consolidated into the National Archives, held the convoy records and the operational dispatches of escort commanders, and these became available to researchers at intervals determined by the normal document classification review process. Richard Woodman's History of the Arctic Convoys, researched partly through these archives and through interviews with veterans while they were still available, provided the first comprehensive operational account in English that could reach a general readership. Captain Jack Broom's accounts of his experience as escort commander of PQ-17, including his controversial public dispute with David Irving over the presentation of the scatter order decision, demonstrated that the history of the convoys was not settled, and that the men who had lived it were not prepared to accept accounts they regarded as inaccurate. The legal proceedings that followed that dispute, Broom sued Irving for libel and won, were themselves a form of historical argument conducted in a courtroom, with all the specificity and emotional weight that such a venue imposes. The oral history collections that various institutions assembled through the 1980s, 90s, and into the early decades of the 21st century represent perhaps the most irreplaceable element of the surviving historical record. The Imperial War Museum's Sound Archive holds testimony from convoy participants that covers the full range of the convoy experience. Merchant sailors, Royal Navy officers, engine room artificers, sick berth attendants, convoy commodores, gunners, radar operators. These are voices of people who were there. They speak with the particular authority of direct experience, and with the particular texture that memory provides. The way a specific detail survives intact, while the broader context blurs with time. The way emotion attaches itself to sensory memories, rather than to analytical summaries. The way men who have been silent about something for years speak when they finally find an audience who wants to listen. The demographic reality is now inescapable. The last survivors of the Arctic convoys are at or near the end of their lives. The voices that remain are few. The institutions that have recorded them have done something of permanent value, and the awareness of that value came, in some cases, almost too late. The Arctic Star campaign, which resulted in the formal authorization of a dedicated campaign medal for Arctic convoy service in 2012, is an example of belated justice that arrived early enough to matter to some of the men it honored. The campaign was led by veterans advocates and supported by political figures who understood both the symbolic importance of the recognition and the practical urgency of providing it, while recipients were still alive to receive it. The authorization of the Arctic Star did not reverse the decades of silence, or restore the pay that had been cut when ships were sunk. It did not retroactively provide the medical treatment that some veterans needed, and were denied on the grounds of their civilian status. What it did was provide formal acknowledgement, in the language of state ceremony and military honor, that what these men had done was recognized and valued. For men in their 80s and 90s who had carried that experience for 70 years, largely without external acknowledgement, the medal's meaning was not primarily symbolic. It was, in a specific and human sense, being told that someone had been paying attention. The physical traces of the Arctic convoy story are distributed across a geography that spans thousands of miles and several nations. The wrecks of sunken ships lie on the floor of the Barents Sea, the Arctic Ocean, and the approaches to the Kola Peninsula, some at depths that will preserve them indefinitely, some in shallower water where the trawls of fishing vessels have disturbed them over the decades. HMS Edinburgh, at roughly 240 meters depth, remains largely intact, her designation as a war grave protecting her from further commercial salvage after the gold recovery operations of the 1980s. The Scharnhorst lies at approximately 290 meters north of the North Cape, also designated as a war grave. Her wreck located and surveyed by Norwegian researchers in the 1990s. The Tirpitz capsized in Hokkebotn fjord near Tromsø by the Lancaster attacks of November 1944, was largely broken up for scrap metal in the 1950s by a German-Norwegian salvage operation. But portions of her hull remain on the seabed, and the area is marked as a site of historical significance. These physical remains are, in a sense, the most honest monuments to the campaign. Present in the actual place where the events occurred, accessible only with effort, unmarked by the interpretive conventions of formal commemoration. The relationship between the Arctic Convoy story and Russian national memory in the post-Soviet period is one of the more interesting ongoing developments in the historiography of the campaign. Since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russian historians have had access to archival materials that were previously closed, and the Russian scholarly literature on the Arctic convoys, on the Northern Fleet's operations, on the port reception of Allied cargo, on the logistics chain that distributed supplies to operational units, has developed considerably. Annual commemorations in Murmansk now mark the convoy anniversaries with a formality and public significance that was absent in the Soviet period. The city of Murmansk, which endured years of air attack and supplied the operational base for an entire phase of the naval war, has a relationship to this history that is embedded in the physical landscape of the city, in its surviving wartime structures, in its naval memorial, in the institutional memory of the Port Authority that has operated continuously since the ships first arrived in 1941. The process of integrating the Allied convoy contribution into a Russian national memory that has traditionally centered on Soviet sacrifice and Soviet agency is ongoing and not without political friction, but it is happening, and its progress over the past 3 decades has been genuine. The broader question of what the Arctic convoys mean for the history of the Second World War, of where they sit in the larger narrative, and what they tell us about that conflict, is worth attempting to address directly, without the hedging qualifications that historiographical caution sometimes encourages. The Arctic convoys were a strategic commitment of the First Order, maintained at a cost that was, at several points, close to unsustainable. They required the sustained courage of tens of thousands of men, operating in conditions that were among the most demanding of any theatre in the entire war. They delivered material that contributed in ways that are difficult to disaggregate, but real nonetheless. The fighting capacity of an ally that absorbed the majority of German military power for 4 years. And they did all of this in almost complete public silence, without the recognition that the scale of the effort warranted, for reasons that mixed genuine security necessity with political inconvenience and institutional inertia. The fact that they are now being examined in documentary form, that you are watching this film or listening to it as the night deepens around you, represents the belated fulfillment of a responsibility that the history of the war owed to the men who sailed north. The technology of the convoy escorts, considered across the period of the campaign, tells a story of adaptation and development that has implications beyond the specific conflict. The Royal Navy that conducted the first Arctic convoys in 1941 had ASDIC, guns, and depth charges. The Royal Navy that escorted the final convoys of 45 had centimetric radar, HFDF, Hedgehog, Squid, a second-generation ahead-throwing weapon even more capable than Hedgehog, improved convoy communication procedures, and escort commanders trained in techniques derived from 2,000 individual convoy crossings worth of operational learning. The development occurred under operational conditions, not in testing facilities and training exercises, though these contributed, but in the specific environment of actual convoy defense against actual enemies in actual Arctic conditions. The knowledge produced was, in the technical sense, specific to the conditions that produced it. In the broader sense, it represented the process by which any institution learns under pressure. Incrementally, at cost, through the confrontation between existing doctrine and the reality that refuses to conform to it. The generations of naval officers and merchant mariners who came after the Second World War inherited a body of knowledge about convoy operations and Arctic seamanship that the men of 1941 and 42 built from almost nothing. That inheritance was not acknowledged in the way that financial or material inheritances are. It had no formal transfer, no ceremony of transmission. It lived in doctrine manuals and training programs, and the accumulated institutional culture of the organizations that had conducted the operations. It lived, more personally, in the memories of the men who had participated, and who, when they became the instructors and the senior officers of the post-war period, passed on what they knew through the normal processes of professional transmission. The specific men whose names do not appear in this history, the petty officers and able seamen, the third mates and engine room ratings, the convoy commodores whose logbooks are in archives and whose faces are not, contributed to that inheritance in ways that the institutions they served did not always record. There is a final thing to say about the Arctic convoys, and it should be said plainly, without the rhetorical architecture that historical narration sometimes uses to manufacture significance, where the facts would be sufficient on their own. More than 3,000 Allied men died on the Arctic convoy route. 85 merchant ships and 18 warships were sunk. The men who made the crossing and came home did so having been in places and having seen things that changed them permanently, in ways both visible and invisible. Some of them spoke about it. Many did not. The ones who came home carried the ones who did not, in the ordinary human way that survivors carry the dead, not as a philosophical concept, but as a practical reality of daily life. A presence that does not diminish with time, but becomes gradually more integrated into everything that follows. The Arctic convoys ended in May of 1945, when the war ended. But they did not end for the men who had sailed them. They carried the ice with them. They carried the cold. They carried the names of the ships and the faces of the men who had stood a watch beside them. And they carried all of this in silence for years, until someone finally thought to ask. Chapter 16. The Engineers of Survival. Ships, technology, and the hardware of the Arctic Run Wars are fought by men, but they are made possible by machines. And the machines of the Arctic convoys deserve their own examination, not as abstract engineering achievements, but as the specific hardware that determined whether men lived or died on a particular crossing, in a particular sea state, at a particular moment in the progression of technology through the war years. The merchant ships of the convoy series were not a homogeneous fleet. They ranged from aging pre-war cargo vessels, some of them built in the 1920s and early 30s, through the standardized wartime construction of the British Empire ships and the American Liberty ships, to the occasional specialist vessel, tankers, ammunition ships, naval auxiliaries, that the specific demands of the Soviet supply effort required. The older vessels presented maintenance problems in Arctic conditions that their designers had never anticipated. Fuel systems that thickened, engine room machinery that required constant attention in cold, that affected lubricant viscosity, hull plating in some cases, showing the early signs of the metal fatigue that was an honest indicator of age. Their crews managed these problems as they managed everything else on the Arctic run, through a combination of professional competence, improvised solutions, and the specific human quality of keeping a machine running by sheer determination when the manual does not cover the situation you are actually in. The Liberty ship deserves specific attention because it represents one of the most significant industrial achievements of the entire war, and because its characteristics, both its capabilities and its limitations, directly shaped the experience of the Arctic convoys in the middle and later years. The Liberty ship design was developed in the United States from a British standard cargo ship template, adapted for production using prefabricated welded sections that could be assembled in shipyards that had been purpose-built for the program. The construction time for a Liberty ship, which had been measured in months at the start of the program, was reduced through systematic production engineering to weeks, and in celebrated demonstration cases to days. Though the standard production cycle settled at something between 40 and 60 days for most of the war, more than 2,700 Liberty ships were built during the war years. They were not beautiful. Their crews, by surviving accounts, had mixed feelings about their habitability, but they could carry approximately 9,000 tons of cargo. They were reasonably reliable in service, and they could be produced fast enough to replace losses, which, in the mathematics of the convoy war, was the quality that mattered most. The Liberty ship had a structural vulnerability that became apparent through 1942 and 1943, and which had specific relevance to Arctic operations. The welded construction that made rapid production possible also made the hull vulnerable to a specific kind of failure: brittle fracture, under conditions of extreme cold combined with high stress. A welded joint, unlike a riveted one, does not provide the crack-arresting property of a mechanical fastening. A fracture that begins in one plate can propagate continuously through the weld into the adjacent plate. In cold water and cold air, steel becomes more brittle. Its resistance to crack propagation decreases, and the stresses imposed by heavy Arctic sea states are substantial. A number of Liberty ships suffered catastrophic hull fractures during the war, some breaking completely in two in sea conditions that a properly maintained modern vessel would be expected to survive. The investigation of these failures led to modifications in hull plating steel specifications, in the design of structural connections at critical locations, and in the management of cargo distribution, changes that were implemented as quickly as the production system could accommodate them, but that came after the initial failures had demonstrated the problem at real cost. The convoy escort vessels, destroyers, corvettes, frigates, sloops, and the miscellaneous collection of smaller craft that filled gaps in the escort screens had their own hardware story, and it runs through the entire war as a narrative of continuous adaptation. The Flower-class corvette, which provided a significant portion of escort capacity in the early and middle years of the Convoy series, was designed originally as a coastal patrol vessel and was pressed into ocean escort service by the sheer inadequacy of available alternatives. It was about 62 meters in length, displaced roughly 900 tons, and had a speed of roughly 17 knots, fast enough to prosecute a submarine contact, but not fast enough to keep pace with a fast convoy in all conditions. Its seakeeping in Atlantic and Arctic conditions was, to use the technical term, uncomfortable. The Flower class had a short, quick rolling motion that was exhausting to live with, and that made gunnery difficult in heavy weather. The men who served on these vessels through Arctic winters understood exactly what their ships were and were not capable of, and they operated them at the limits of those capabilities as a matter of routine rather than exception. Radar development through the war years was, for the Arctic Convoy story, the single technology whose improvement most directly changed the balance of the campaign. The radar sets fitted to British warships in 1941 were relatively crude by later standards, useful for navigation and for detecting surface contacts at ranges that improved on visual lookout, but limited in resolution and subject to interference from precipitation, sea clutter in heavy weather, and the electronic environment of Arctic operations where ice returns could confuse operators. By 1943, the introduction of centimetric radar, using wavelengths in the 10 centimeter band rather than the meter band sets of the early war, transformed the detection capability available to escort commanders. Centimetric radar could detect a submarine periscope or conning tower at ranges that gave escort vessels time to maneuver into an attack position before the submarine could submerge to safety. It could maintain track of convoy ships in the darkness and poor visibility of Arctic operations, with a fidelity that earlier sets could not match. The fitting of centimetric radar to aircraft, including those operating from the escort carriers that joined the later Convoy series, extended this capability into the air and fundamentally altered the tactical environment for U-boats operating in convoy areas. The escort carrier was perhaps the most consequential single development in convoy protection, arriving in Arctic waters in time to transform the experience of the later Convoy series. A small aircraft carrier converted from a merchant hull or purpose-built on a similar design, the escort carrier could embark a small air group, typically a mix of fighters and anti-submarine aircraft, and operate continuously with the convoy rather than from a distant fleet base. The availability of organic air cover meant that convoys were no longer dependent on land-based aircraft operating at the extreme edge of their range from British or Soviet bases, and that the long periods of the Arctic crossing far from any airfield were no longer periods of complete air vulnerability. The first escort carrier to operate with an Arctic convoy was HMS Avenger, which joined Convoy PQ-18 in September of 1942. Her air group shot down a number of German aircraft and disrupted attack formations during the convoy's passage, demonstrating both the capability of the concept and its limitations. The Arctic weather was not kind to carrier operations, and operating a flight deck in the sea states and icing conditions of the northern passages required seamanship and airmanship of a consistently high order. The weapons of the submarine hunters, depth charges, hedgehog, squid, form a developmental sequence that maps almost precisely onto the changing fortunes of the anti-submarine campaign. The standard World War II depth charge was a canister of high explosive, set to detonate at a predetermined depth, rolled off the stern of an escort, or projected to the sides by a thrower. Its fundamental limitation was that it required the attacking escort to pass over the submarine's position, losing ASDIC contact in the process, and the submarine commander who understood this could take evasive action during the dead time between the escort losing contact and the charges detonating. Hedgehog addressed this by firing a pattern of small contact-fused bombs ahead of the ship, while it was still in ASDIC contact with the target. Squid went further, using a 3-barreled mortar to project a pattern of full-size depth charges ahead of the ship and automatically setting their depth from the ASDIC range data, removing the human calculation error from the attack process. The progressive improvement in these weapons through the war years was not accidental. It was the product of systematic operational research, the application of scientific method to the analysis of what was working and what was not in actual convoy escort operations, a process that the British were conducting with considerable rigour from 1942 onward. The communication technology available to convoy commanders shaped how information flowed between ships and between sea and shore, and its limitations had direct operational consequences. Voice radio, the talk between ships that allowed escort commanders to coordinate their forces in real time, was available but had range and security limitations that complicated its use. Coded signals, transmitted by radio, required encryption and decryption time that could be operationally significant when the tactical situation was developing quickly. Visual signaling, flags and signal lamps, was the reliable fallback when electronic communication was compromised, but it required visual contact between ships and was useless in the darkness and fog that characterized much of the Arctic. The HF-DF equipment that could locate U-boat transmissions was initially available only at shore stations, but the fitting of shipborne HF-DF sets to escort vessels through 1942 and 43 gave convoy commanders the ability to detect and localize U-boat radio traffic in real time and vector escort vessels toward contacts without revealing that the detection had been made. The integration of these various communication and detection systems into a coherent operational picture was the specific skill of the escort group commander. The man who had to synthesize fragmented information and make decisions faster than the situation was evolving. The hardware of the Arctic convoys is, in one sense, the most easily quantified element of the story. Guns, tonnages, speeds, radar frequencies, depth charge patterns. In another sense, it is the most misleading because it encourages the assumption that the outcome of specific engagements was determined primarily by technical capability, rather than by the men who operated the technology under conditions it was not designed for. The centimetric radar that detected a surfaced U-boat at long range was operated by a young rating who had been awake for 18 hours in a ship rolling 20 degrees in Arctic seas, whose fingers were cold and whose eyes were tired, and who nevertheless held his concentration on a screen that was throwing back sea clutter and ice returns, through which the real contact had to be distinguished. The hedgehog that killed a submarine was aimed by a gunnery officer making rapid calculations under the pressure of an attack run, in a sea state that was working against the precision his aim required. The Liberty ship that delivered its cargo to Murmansk did so because the men in its engine room kept its machinery running through conditions that the engineering manuals did not address, and that required judgment as much as skill. The technology enabled. The men decided and acted and endured. That combination, not the technology alone, is what the hardware story of the Arctic convoys ultimately describes. Chapter 17. The Norwegian Connection. Occupation, resistance, and the coastline that changed everything. To understand why the Arctic convoys were so consistently dangerous, you have to understand what Germany did to Norway in the spring of 1940. Norway fell, if that is even the right word for a process that combined direct military assault, political manipulation, and the exploitation of a country's genuine desire to avoid the war that was coming to it regardless of what it desired. In the spring of 1940, over roughly 2 months of fighting that ended with the evacuation of Norwegian and Allied forces from Narvik in early June, the speed and completeness of German control over the Norwegian coast was, from the perspective of British naval strategy, a transformation of the strategic landscape in northern European waters, whose full implications took time to absorb. Norway's coastline, running for more than 25,000 kilometers, if all fjords and islands are counted, which is to say, one of the most complex and sheltered maritime environments in the world, was now in German hands. The fjords that made Norway's coast so extraordinarily navigable under normal peacetime conditions became, in German hands, the sheltered berths for capital ships, the submarine pens, the small craft flotillas, and the coastal batteries that made the Arctic Convoy route into the gauntlet it became. Germany's occupation of Norway was, by the standards of German occupation policy in Western Europe, moderately restrained in its early years, and progressively more harsh as the war extended, and as Norwegian resistance developed into something the occupation authorities could not ignore. The Norwegian collaborationist government under Vidkun Quisling, whose name became a generic noun in the English language for political collaboration with an occupying enemy, provided the German administration with a local institutional framework, but its popular support was minimal and its actual authority limited. The German Reichskommissar for Norway, Josef Terboven, exercised real power and did so with a brutality that increased as the occupation wore on. The Norwegian population, by and large, maintained a quiet resistance that ranged from the passive, refusing to speak to German soldiers, maintaining Norwegian cultural practices, ignoring occupation propaganda, to the active and dangerous, sabotage operations, intelligence collection, the sheltering of those evading German authorities, and the maintenance of communications networks that reported military information to London. The Norwegian resistance contribution to the Arctic Convoy intelligence picture has already been mentioned, but the broader context of what resistance meant under German occupation deserves fuller examination. Norwegian men and women who collected and transmitted intelligence about German naval movements were operating in an environment where the consequences of discovery included imprisonment, torture, and death. The Gestapo and German military intelligence operated active counterintelligence programs throughout the occupation, and Norwegian collaborators within the civilian population occasionally provided the Germans with information about resistance networks. The operational security required to maintain a functioning intelligence collection network under these conditions was demanding. Networks had to be compartmentalized so that the capture of one member did not expose others. Communications had to be encoded and transmitted on schedules that reduced the risk of German direction finding, and the personnel involved had to maintain the appearance of normal civilian life while conducting activities that would be treated as capital offenses if discovered. That men and women maintained these networks throughout the war, providing intelligence that contributed to convoy safety and to the planning of special operations, represents a sustained act of moral courage that the history of the Arctic convoys should acknowledge specifically. The geography of Norway's coastline shaped German defensive strategy in ways that directly affected every convoy that passed. The fjords provided sheltered berths invisible from the open sea and difficult to approach without using the very channels that coastal batteries and mines could cover. Altenfjord, in the far north of Norway, was the primary anchorage for the German heavy surface fleet in the later years of the war. Its geography provided natural protection against submarine attack. Its distance from Allied air bases limited the frequency of air attacks, and its position gave German heavy ships rapid access to the convoy routes, without requiring a long open sea passage. The smaller fjords along the Norwegian coast served as staging points for destroyer and torpedo boat operations against convoys. Fast, shallow draft craft that could emerge from a fjord, attack a convoy, and return to shelter before the escort response could be organized. Mining operations along the Norwegian coastal route complicated both the inshore passage and, in some cases, the convoy approach routes. The Germans invested continuously in the defensive infrastructure of the Norwegian coast throughout the occupation, recognizing that control of these waters was one of their genuine strategic assets. The special operations conducted by British and Norwegian forces against targets in occupied Norway throughout the war were, in many cases, directly motivated by the threat those targets posed to the Arctic convoys. The Telemark heavy water sabotage operation, which disrupted German nuclear research by destroying the production facility at Vemork, is the most famous of these operations, though its direct connection to convoy protection was indirect. More directly relevant were the operations against German shipping in Norwegian coastal waters, the attacks on German airfields that reduced Luftwaffe anti-convoy capacity, and the commando raids on communication and supply infrastructure that degraded German ability to sustain their Norwegian garrisons and naval forces. The Norwegian Independent Company, Kompani Linge, conducted dozens of operations throughout the occupation, many of them in direct support of the strategic objective of maintaining the Arctic Convoy route. These operations were planned and conducted in close cooperation between the British Special Operations Executive and the Norwegian government in exile. Based in London from the summer of 1940, the Norwegian government in exile was, throughout the war, consistent and vigorous in pressing for operations that would reduce German capability in Norway and support the convoy effort. The Free Norwegian Navy, the Royal Norwegian Navy operating alongside the Royal Navy from British bases, made a direct contribution to Arctic convoy operations that is sometimes underappreciated in British accounts of the campaign. Norwegian destroyer and corvette crews, operating ships of the Royal Norwegian Navy in cooperation with Royal Navy convoy escort groups, brought specific local knowledge of Norwegian coastal waters and weather patterns that was operationally useful, as well as the particular motivation that comes from fighting for a country that an enemy is currently occupying. The Norwegian destroyer H. Nome Stord, present at the Battle of the North Cape and participating in the torpedo attacks on the Scharnhorst, was one of the most symbolically significant Norwegian naval contributions of the war. A Norwegian ship participating in the destruction of a German capital ship in Norwegian Arctic waters. The Norwegian merchant fleet, which was one of the largest in the world at the time of the German invasion, and which continued to operate under Allied direction throughout the war, provided an enormous proportion of the total Allied merchant shipping capacity, including ships that served on the Arctic convoy route. The civilian population of the Norwegian coastal communities most directly affected by the occupation and by the war at sea were caught in a position of extreme difficulty that the post-war narrative has sometimes simplified. Norwegian coastal communities that could observe German naval movements were simultaneously communities under German military control, subject to collective punishment for acts of resistance, and dependent on relationships with the German occupation authorities for access to food, fuel, and medical supplies. The decision to collect and transmit intelligence, or to assist a resistance network, or to shelter a man evading German authority, was made in this context by people who understood the precise consequences of discovery and who had families and communities that would bear those consequences alongside them. The Norwegian coastal fishermen who, in some cases, served as informal observers of German naval movements, did so while continuing to fish Norwegian waters in the presence of a German occupation force that controlled their access to their own boats and their catches. The texture of life under occupation does not simplify into heroism and collaboration. It presents, to most people most of the time, a continuous series of small decisions about how to survive with integrity in conditions designed to make integrity costly. The end of the German occupation of Norway in May of 1945 did not arrive with the clean finality that liberation narratives often describe. German forces in Norway did not fight their way to the coast as they did in some other occupied territories. They were present in substantial numbers when the German government surrendered, and the process of their disarmament and repatriation was conducted through negotiation rather than combat. The Norwegian population, and the returning Norwegian government in exile had to manage the transition from occupation to liberation, while also beginning the process of reckoning with 5 years of collaboration and resistance, determining who had done what and what the appropriate consequences were. The Norwegian coastline that had made the Arctic Convoy route so dangerous, the fjords that had sheltered the Tirpitz and the Scharnhorst and the U-boats and the torpedo boats, was once again Norwegian. The German infrastructure built into those fjords, the submarine pens, the gun emplacements, the airfield runways cut into coastal rock, remained as physical traces of the occupation that have not entirely disappeared even now. The relationship between the Arctic Convoy story and Norwegian national memory is, like the Russian relationship with the same history, an ongoing and evolving process. Norway's memory of the Second World War is structured primarily around the experience of occupation and resistance. The 5 years during which a free people lived under foreign military control and maintained, with varying degrees of success, their national identity and their opposition to the occupation. The Arctic convoys appear in Norwegian national memory, both as an element of Norwegian naval contribution, the Free Norwegian Navy, the merchant fleet, the resistance intelligence networks, and as a feature of the strategic context that made the occupation so consequential for the wider war. The Norwegian coastal communities near the major German naval bases, Tromsø, Narvik, Harstad, have a specific relationship to the physical remains of the German presence. The bunkers, the gun pits, the submarine pen structures that have survived the decades since the war ended. These are not abstract historical monuments. They are specific structures in specific places, embedded in the landscape of communities that remember, in living and family memory, what it meant to have them there. Chapter 18. The Commodores, leadership at sea, in the worst conditions in the world convoy operations, required a specific kind of leadership that is not quite like any other kind. It was not the leadership of a general commanding an army, surveying a battlefield from a position of relative safety, moving forces across a map, managing information that arrives at intervals and can be analyzed before the next decision is required. It was not the leadership of a single ship captain, whose authority is total within his vessels, and whose decisions, however consequential, affect a single hull and her crew. The convoy commodore occupied a position that combined elements of both, commanding a formation of ships he did not own, and whose crews he did not directly control, responsible for maintaining the formation's integrity in conditions that worked constantly to disrupt it, and dependent on the escort commander's military decisions for the protection he could not provide himself. The relationship between convoy commodore and escort commander was, in the best cases, a genuine partnership built on mutual professional respect and clear communication. In the worst cases, it was a source of friction that complicated the already difficult task of getting 30 or 40 ships through a gauntlet of submarines, aircraft, and surface ships in Arctic weather. The convoy commodore was typically a retired senior naval officer, recalled to service for the specific task of managing the merchant ships in convoy. The rank and experience of the men selected for this role varied. Some were retired vice admirals or rear admirals. Some were more junior flag officers or senior captains who had distinguished themselves in earlier commands. They sailed in one of the merchant ships of the convoy, flying their broad pennant and maintaining communication with the other ships by the signal lamps and radio procedures that convoy discipline required. Their authority over the merchant ships was real but not absolute. Merchant captains retained responsibility for their individual vessels, and a commodore whose instructions were clearly incompatible with the safety of a ship could find his signals ignored. In practice, the relationship between commodores and their merchant captains was professional rather than military. based on the authority of expertise and experience, rather than on the threat of military discipline. The physical experience of a convoy commodore's crossing was similar in its broad outlines to that of any other officer on a merchant ship in the convoy, but with specific additional stresses. A commodore was responsible for the formation 24 hours a day, not in the sense that he could never sleep, but in the sense that any significant development required his attention, regardless of the time, and that the knowledge of that responsibility shaped the quality of whatever rest he managed to obtain. The management of a convoy formation in Arctic conditions, the continuous assessment of whether ships were maintaining their stations, whether the formation needed to alter course to avoid a reported contact, whether weather conditions required a change in convoy speed that would affect the screening pattern of the escorts, was a continuous cognitive task that demanded sustained concentration. Commodores maintained detailed logs of their crossings, and these logs, where they survive in archive collections, provide a level of operational detail about the specific management of convoys that is not available from any other source. They also provide, occasionally, moments of dry personal observation that cut through the official language of operational reporting and give you a sense of the specific human being sitting in a merchant ship's sea cabin, maintaining his log while a convoy crosses the Barents Sea. The escort commander, typically a Royal Navy officer of commander or captain rank commanding a destroyer or frigate, had a different but complementary responsibility. He was responsible for the military defense of the convoy, the positioning and management of the escort screen, the prosecution of submarine contacts, the coordination of the response to air attack, and the decisions about when to detach vessels to rescue survivors and when the tactical situation made such detachment impossible. The escort commander's tactical authority over the escort vessels was complete and unambiguous. Military command is, in this respect, cleaner than the mixed authority of the convoy commodore. But the escort commander's decisions had direct consequences for the merchant ships that the commodore was managing, and the two men had to communicate clearly and quickly in situations where the tactical picture was developing faster than communication procedures could comfortably accommodate. The best escort commanders combine tactical aggression, the willingness to prosecute contacts and engage threats, with the strategic awareness that the merchant ships, not the escort vessels, were the reason the operation existed. Several of the escort commanders who served on the Arctic convoys left accounts or gave testimonies that provide a window into the specific experience of convoy command in northern waters. The quality of their accounts varies. Some are restrained and technically precise, the professional writing of men who have spent careers communicating in the compressed language of naval operations. Others are more personal, reflecting the specific character of the man who wrote them and the specific experiences that stayed with him after the operational facts had faded. What is common to the best of them is a precise consciousness of the gap between what was asked and what was available. The awareness, never quite escapable for anyone in command on the Arctic run, that the escort screen they were managing was too thin, the ships too slow, the coverage too sparse, for what the threat environment actually required. This awareness did not translate into paralysis. It translated into a specific kind of disciplined urgency, the management of inadequate resources with maximum efficiency, accepting the risk that the inadequacy created, while working systematically to reduce that risk wherever possible. The question of when to stop to rescue survivors, when to bring a ship alongside a sinking hull or to slow to pick up men from the water, was one of the most difficult decisions that escort commanders and convoy commodores faced, and it had no satisfactory answer. Stopping or slowing in the presence of a submarine threat risked the rescuing vessel, and disrupted the escort screen. Not stopping meant leaving men in Arctic water that would kill them within minutes. The standing instruction was that escort vessels should not stop to rescue survivors while a submarine threat was active. The tactical risk was too great, and the loss of an escort vessel to a second torpedo attack while stopped at a sinking ship would compound the disaster. Rescue ships, specifically designated merchant vessels fitted with medical facilities and given the specific mission of recovering survivors, were added to convoy complements from 1942 onward, providing a partial solution that reduced but did not eliminate the agonizing choice. The men who watched from escort vessels as survivors in the water could not be reached because the tactical situation forbade it, who watched and understood what was happening to the men in the water, carried that knowledge in specific ways that appear obliquely in some of the testimonies that survive. The administrative machinery behind the convoy system, the planners and operations officers at Western Approaches Command in Liverpool, at the Admiralty in London, at the Northern Approaches headquarters at Loch Eye, provided the framework within which convoy commodores and escort commanders operated, and its quality directly affected the quality of what the men at sea could do. The improvement in convoy management through the war years was not simply a matter of better tactics and better technology. It was also a matter of better planning, better routing decisions, better intelligence integration, better coordination between the convoy organization and the other elements of the naval and air force structure that supported it. The operations rooms that managed convoy operations in the middle and later years of the war were significantly more capable, more intelligently organized, and more richly informed by operational experience than those of 1941 and 1942. The men and women who staffed them, including the Wrens who operated the plot tables and maintained the operational picture in the shore headquarters, were part of the convoy system in a way that the seagoing narrative sometimes obscures. The relationship between the commodores and escort commanders who led the Arctic convoys and the men they led was, in the best cases, one of the most effective forms of military leadership produced by the war. The specific character of that leadership, clear about what was required, honest about the risks, demanding of professional competence without requiring superhuman performance, and grounded in a genuine understanding of the physical conditions that the men at sea were enduring, was not accidental. It was the product of naval cultures, British and Norwegian and American, that had developed through long institutional experience, the specific values and practices that made this kind of leadership possible. It was also the product of the selection and training processes that identified men capable of exercising it and gave them the opportunity to develop further under operational conditions. Not every convoy commander was excellent. Some were better suited to other kinds of command, but the ones who were excellent were genuinely so, in a way that their operational records and the testimony of the men who served under them make clear. There is a specific quality of leadership that emerges from the convoy records that is worth naming directly, because it is easy to overlook in the broader narrative of operations and statistics. It is the quality of maintaining equanimity, not the performance of calm, which is something different, but the actual capacity to function with steady professional competence in conditions of sustained fear and extreme physical discomfort. The convoy commodores and escort commanders who led the Arctic crossings were, most of them, afraid in ways that were entirely rational, given what they knew about what could happen. They managed that fear not by suppressing it, but by maintaining the professional disciplines and the concentration on immediate tasks that the situation required. This is, in a specific military sense, the ordinary heroism of competent professional people doing a dangerous job. less dramatic than single moments of individual bravery, more difficult to sustain, and more consequential in its effects, because it extended not over minutes, but over days and weeks and years. Chapter 19. The Weight of Cargo. What the convoys actually carried history has a tendency to speak of supply lines in aggregate. Millions of tons, thousands of vehicles, hundreds of thousands of pairs of boots, in numbers large enough that the specificity of the individual items disappears into the statistical landscape. This chapter is an attempt to restore that specificity, because the specific content of the Arctic Convoy cargo tells a story about the Soviet war effort, about Allied production priorities, and about the relationship between industrial capacity and military effectiveness that the aggregate figures conceal. The supplies that traveled north on the Arctic convoys were not randomly selected from the output of American and British factories. They were the product of deliberate prioritization, decisions made by supply committees and military planners about what the Soviet military needed most urgently that it could not produce in adequate quantities from its own resources. Understanding what was carried and why is a way of understanding what the convoys actually meant for the men fighting on the Eastern Front. Aviation fuel was among the most critical categories of supply, and its importance has sometimes been underweighted in popular accounts of the convoys. Soviet domestic production of high-octane aviation fuel, the 100-octane fuel required by modern high-performance aircraft engines, was severely limited by the state of Soviet petroleum refining technology in the early years of the war. The aviation fuel produced by Soviet refineries was adequate for lower performance aircraft engines, but insufficient for the engines of the newer fighter and attack aircraft types that the Soviet air forces were deploying from 1942 onward. Allied supplies of 100-octane fuel, American-produced, shipped through multiple routes, including the Arctic convoys, were essential to the operation of these aircraft at their designed performance levels. Without adequate fuel, the aircraft were present but underperforming. With it, they could fight with the effectiveness their design intended. The volume of aviation fuel that moved through the Arctic convoy pipeline across the war years represents one of the clearest examples of Allied supply, contributing to a specific Soviet military capability. Aluminium tells a similar story. Soviet aluminium production, heavily concentrated in facilities near Leningrad and in the Urals, was disrupted in the early stages of the war by the German advance and by the destruction and evacuation of industrial plant. Aluminium is the primary structural material for aircraft construction. The wings, fuselage frames, and skin of a modern aircraft are predominantly aluminium. And a shortage of aluminium is a shortage of aircraft, with a delay that follows the production cycle from raw material to finished airframe. Allied aluminium shipments through the convoy routes provided Soviet aircraft industry with material that it could not produce in sufficient quantity from domestic sources in the critical years of 1941 and 1942. The aircraft produced from that aluminium flew on the Eastern Front. The connection between a cargo ship making the Arctic crossing and a Soviet fighter engaging a German aircraft over the Russian steppe is long and indirect, but it is real. Telephone wire and radio equipment occupy a less glamorous position in convoy cargo lists, but represent a category of supply whose importance Soviet commanders consistently emphasized. Modern military operations are dependent on communications. The ability to pass orders, receive reports, coordinate between units, and maintain the command and control architecture that makes large-scale maneuver possible. Soviet domestic production of military communications equipment was limited, and the demand placed on it by a war being fought across a front of thousands of kilometers was enormous. Allied supplies of telephone wire, simple copper wire in insulated cable, were consumed by Soviet signal units in quantities that domestic production could not match. The implications of communication equipment shortages for military effectiveness are difficult to quantify but real. Units that cannot communicate cannot coordinate, and units that cannot coordinate cannot execute the complex combined arms operations that the Red Army was developing into an art form by 1943 and 44. The Allied communications equipment that moved through the Arctic pipeline contributed to Soviet command effectiveness in ways that no simple tonnage figure can fully represent. Food is the category of convoy supply that appears in the records with a directness that needs no analytical translation. The Soviet Union experienced severe food shortages during the war, partly because agricultural districts in the West were occupied by Germany, partly because of the disruption to transportation and distribution that the fighting caused, and partly because the demands of the military effort took priority over civilian food supply in ways that created genuine famine conditions in some areas. American food shipments through the convoy routes, canned meat, butter, sugar, flour, went partly to the military and partly to the civilian population, and their impact on the nutritional status of both groups in the worst years of the war was real. The spam that Soviet soldiers ate, and about which post-war Soviet accounts are sometimes dismissive and sometimes, in more candid moments, appreciative, was a specific, practical intervention in a food supply crisis that Soviet domestic production could not resolve. This is not a sentimental observation. It is a logistical one, and it belongs in any complete account of what the convoys carried and why it mattered. Locomotives and rolling stock were another category of supply that Soviet military planners regarded as critical, and that Allied industrial output was uniquely positioned to provide quickly. The Soviet rail network was the logistical backbone of an economy and a military effort spread across the largest country on Earth, and its capacity was fundamental to both the survival of the Soviet state and the operational capability of the Red Army. German advances in the early years of the war destroyed or captured a significant portion of Soviet rolling stock and Soviet domestic locomotive production, heavily disrupted by the evacuation and reconstruction of industrial facilities, could not replace losses at the required rate. American and British locomotives, shipped disassembled through the convoy ports and reassembled in Soviet workshops, contributed directly to rail capacity in a way that had knock-on effects throughout the Soviet logistics system. The ability to move supplies, reinforcements, and evacuees across the Soviet interior, which the rail network made possible, was not merely a military asset. It was an element of the Soviet state's capacity to function under conditions that were, at several points, genuinely existential. Trucks and other motor vehicles represent the cargo category, whose importance is perhaps most widely acknowledged in the historical literature, but whose full operational significance still rewards careful examination. The Red Army of 1941 and 42 was, by comparison with the Wehrmacht it was fighting, poorly motorized. Soviet forces relied heavily on horse-drawn transport for logistics, an approach that worked in the Russian environment and weather, but imposed significant limitations on the speed and range of operational movement. American trucks, primarily the Studebaker US-6, which became so associated with Soviet military use that it entered Soviet slang as a generic term for truck, provided Soviet military logistics with a motorized capacity that transformed the Army's operational tempo. The ability to move supplies forward rapidly, to concentrate forces quickly across long distances, and to sustain a mobile offensive in the manner the Red Army was developing from 1943 onward was directly dependent on motor vehicle availability. More than 400,000 vehicles of various types were delivered to the Soviet Union through all supply routes combined, with a significant proportion coming through the Arctic Convoy pipeline. Medical supplies and equipment are the category of convoy cargo that the operational histories most consistently underreport, partly because they do not lend themselves to the kind of specific operational impact analysis that can be applied to tanks and aircraft and fuel. Soviet military medicine in the early years of the war was functioning under conditions of enormous strain. Facilities disrupted by the fighting, equipment destroyed or captured, pharmaceutical production disrupted by the same industrial dislocation that affected every other category of Soviet production. Allied medical supplies, surgical instruments, pharmaceuticals, anesthetics, field hospital equipment contributed to the medical care of Soviet wounded and to the public health situation in communities disrupted by the fighting. The mortality rate among Soviet wounded who received adequate medical care was different in measurable ways from the mortality rate among those who did not, and the available medical supply directly affected which category a wounded man fell into. This is not a politically charged observation. It is a simple description of how medical supply and medical outcome relate to each other, and it belongs in any honest account of what the convoys carried. The Arctic Convoy cargo lists, taken in their full specificity, constitute a remarkable document of what modern industrial war actually requires at the most fundamental level. It requires fuel and metal and communications equipment and food and medicine and the thousand specific items of military hardware and civilian support that keep an army fighting and a population surviving. The supply of these things from the industrial economies of the United States and Britain to the Soviet Union through the Arctic route was not a peripheral gesture of Allied solidarity. It was a component of a global logistics effort that was itself a component of the Allied military strategy, and its discontinuation at any point would have had consequences that worked their way through the Soviet military system, with the inevitability of industrial arithmetic. The men who loaded the ships in American and British ports, who crewed them across the Arctic, who unloaded them in Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, and who distributed their contents through the Soviet logistics chain, were all participants in this effort, and their participation, whatever its scale and whatever the recognition it received, was not without consequence. Chapter 20, The Last Watch. Reflections on a campaign that changed the world. There is a particular moment in the life of a long-form historical narrative when the accumulation of specific detail, ships and names and dates and tonnages and tactical decisions and weather reports and intelligence assessments begins to resolve into something that asks a larger question. That question, for the Arctic convoys, is this: what was actually at stake in those waters north of Norway, between the summer of 1941 and the spring of 1945, when ordinary men made crossing after crossing through conditions that the world has largely forgotten? The operational history answers part of that question. The tactical details answer another part, but the full answer, the one that places the Arctic convoys in their proper position in the history of the Second World War and of the 20th century, requires stepping back from the specific to the general and asking what the world would have looked like if the convoys had not run, or if they had run and consistently failed. The Soviet Union at the end of 1941 was in genuine danger of collapse. This is not a retrospective judgment made with the comfort of knowing what actually happened. It was the assessment of informed observers at the time, including Stalin himself, whose internal communications from this period reveal a man confronting the possibility that the Soviet state might not survive the winter. The German Army Group Center was approaching Moscow. Leningrad was under siege. Vast quantities of Soviet military equipment, industrial plant and territory had been lost in 6 months of fighting that had cost the Soviet Union losses that would have destroyed most other nations. The supply that began arriving through the Arctic convoys in the autumn of 1941, small in the early months, growing through 1942, contributed to the survival of an army and a state that were fighting for existence. Whether that contribution was decisive in the sense of being the margin between survival and collapse is, as noted throughout this documentary, a question that resists a definitive answer. What is not a question is that it was real, timely, and delivered at a cost that the men who paid it did not choose and could not reduce. The moral weight of the Arctic Convoy campaign is distributed across many actors in ways that a simple heroic narrative cannot accommodate. The merchant sailors who sailed without adequate protection in the early years, without convoy doctrine, without sufficient escort, without the weapons and sensors that would eventually make convoy defense manageable, did so because there was no alternative and because the cargo had to reach its destination. The naval officers who planned and executed the convoy operations made decisions under conditions of time pressure and incomplete information, and some of those decisions were wrong in ways that cost lives. The admiralty that issued the scatter order for PQ-17 was not malicious. It was managing an impossible situation with tools that were inadequate to the threat, and it got it catastrophically wrong. The German naval and air forces that attacked the convoys were doing their job with considerable professional effectiveness. The Norwegian resistance members who reported on German naval movements were ordinary people making extraordinary choices under conditions where the consequences of a wrong choice were final. All of these actors belong in the story, and the story is not improved by simplifying any of them. The question of what the Arctic convoys cost, set against what they achieved, is the one that the record does not fully resolve, and that the men who made the crossings were, in many cases, not inclined to frame in those terms. Survivors of the Arctic run, asked in their recorded testimonies whether they thought it was worth it, tend to answer in ways that refuse the calculation. They speak about doing their job, about the cargo needing to get through, about not having the luxury of deciding whether it was worth it in the moment. The convoy was sailing, and the question was whether you were on it. The retrospective assessment of strategic value and human cost is an analytical exercise that belongs to historians and documentary makers, and the men who actually made the crossings are often not interested in participating in it. This is not evasiveness. It is the specific perspective of people for whom the experience was not a strategic calculation, but a lived reality. Cold and dangerous and immediate in ways that strategic analysis cannot fully reach. The convoys left behind a body of technical and operational knowledge that has shaped naval operations in the decades since the war. Convoy doctrine, anti-submarine tactics, the design requirements for warships operating in extreme cold, the procedures for maintaining maritime communication security, the organizational architecture of escort group coordination. All of these were developed and refined on the Arctic convoy route and became embedded in the naval institutions of Britain, the United States, Norway, and eventually NATO as permanent elements of maritime professional knowledge. The Cold War era anti-submarine operations conducted in the Norwegian Sea, the scenario for which NATO's maritime forces trained for 4 decades, were planned and practiced using doctrine that was directly descended from what the Arctic convoy escort commanders had learned between 1941 and 1945. The operational lessons of a campaign that most of the public had largely forgotten were being applied and reapplied and taught to new generations of officers in the specific waters where those lessons had been learned. The physical geography of the Arctic convoy route, the waters of the Barents Sea, the Norwegian Sea, the passage between Spitsbergen and Norway, has changed and not changed in the decades since the war. The waters are the same waters. The Arctic still produces the same ice patterns, the same thermal stratification, the same weather systems that made navigation so demanding and ship operations so physically brutal. The Norwegian coast still presents the same geography of fjords and headlands, though the military infrastructure built into it during the occupation has been mostly demolished or absorbed back into the civilian landscape. The wrecks are still on the bottom: Edinburgh, Scharnhorst, and dozens of merchant ships and convoy escorts lie where they sank, at depths that range from accessible to those that only deep water research systems can reach. The seabed of the Barents Sea holds the physical remains of the convoy war in the most literal sense: the metal of ships, the last physical trace of specific events that are otherwise maintained only in documents and memories, and the occasional monument on a shoreline somewhere above. The men who made the Arctic crossing in the years between 1941 and 1945 are, at the time this documentary was made, at or very near the end of their lives. The youngest of them would have been 17 or 18 when the convoys began, and are now in their late 90s. Most are gone. The last survivors of the Arctic convoys are carrying in their final years a history that no subsequent generation can experience directly, and whose transmission into the wider culture has been inadequate to its importance. The oral history collections that recorded their testimonies, the Imperial War Museum, the Arctic Convoy Museum, and the equivalent institutions in Norway, the United States, and Russia, have done something that cannot be done again once the last voices are gone. They have preserved the direct, personal, irreplaceable testimony of people who were present. That preservation is among the more important archival achievements of the institutions that undertook it, and it deserves acknowledgement as such. The broader lesson that the Arctic convoys offer to anyone who examines them carefully is not simply military or logistical. It is a lesson about what ordinary people are capable of when placed in extraordinary circumstances by the decisions of institutions and governments and historical forces that are larger than any individual. The men on the Arctic convoys did not choose the Second World War. They did not design the convoy system, or select the route, or decide that the Soviet Union needed to be supplied. They were placed in a situation that required them to cross an ocean that was trying to kill them, repeatedly, in service of an objective whose full strategic significance they could not always see from where they stood. And they did it. Not all of them, not all the time, and not without cost. But they did it at a rate and with a consistency that made the difference between success and failure for an operation that mattered enormously to the outcome of the war, that was going to determine what kind of world they would live in if they survived it. This is the final thing to be said about the Arctic convoys, and it should be said in the plainest possible language. What the men who sailed north accomplished was not glamorous in the way that military history tends to celebrate. It was not the dramatic individual heroism of a fighter ace or a commando raid. It was the sustained, cumulative, costly, largely anonymous heroism of a logistics operation, of men who loaded ships and crewed them and navigated them and protected them and kept their engines running and delivered their cargo and turned around and went back for another crossing. The supply lines of the Second World War are the part of the conflict that popular memory finds hardest to hold on to, because they do not compress into the kind of narrative that memorable history is usually built from. They are wide and long, and their significance is dispersed across thousands of individual actions and decisions and moments of endurance that no single story can contain. But they were the arteries of the Allied war effort, and the men who kept them open paid a price for doing so that their own nations were slow to acknowledge, and are only now, in the final years when living memory of those events remains, beginning to honor with the seriousness it deserves. The Arctic convoys carried 4 million tons of supplies north through one of the most dangerous maritime environments in the world. And they carried them because the men who crewed the ships and the ships that escorted them held their course. That is the story. That is what the ice remembers. And now, so do you. Thank you for spending this time with one of the most under-recognized campaigns of the Second World War. If this documentary has been part of your evening, if the words and the history have kept you company through the quiet hours, please consider subscribing, sharing, and leaving a comment with the moment or the chapter that stayed with you most. History that is not passed on disappears, and the men of the Arctic convoys kept their silence long enough. It is time for the rest of us to speak on their behalf. Rest well. We will see you in the next documentary.